like to call to order the Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board meeting for February 15th, 2024. Roll call, Rosie.
Thank you, Kim. Kim?
Here.
Carmen?
Here.
Lisette?
She's on her way.
Thank you. Mary Beth?
Here.
Sophia?
Here.
Catalina?
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Catalina, would you lead us in the pledge?
All please rise.
On our agenda tonight, we have a number of items. I would like to propose a friendly amendment to bring the discussion of productive meetings, the last item 6B, up to the front. Are there any other suggested changes to the agenda?
I would like to make a motion to move the item from about the superintendent search contract from consent to general business, wherever your discretion were to put it.
Okay, that will go to the end. Do I have a second?
Wait, what was 6B?
6B was the discussion on productive meetings, the governance. So do I have a second?
Just to clarify, Kim, you want to move the governance item before communications or after communications?
No, after communications, but first in section 6. I'm sorry, in section 5.
Oh, okay.
So we'll go on and have our public comment, consent, and then the consent item we will put at the end.
4P at the end.
Yes. So thank you for Sophia, thank you.
Wait, what is it for? Did you say 4B?
4P.
P.
No, for
4P to the end.
For-
General business. Approval service agreement contract with Leadership Associates to conduct.
I didn't know what number it was.
Yeah.
4P. Okay.
Okay, it goes to the end. Thank you. Do we need to?
I need a second.
Oh. See who turns it on first. I'll second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Okay.
This file, and then this is for 4. Oh, for the one that you just moved.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Rosie, roll call. Yeah, sorry.
All in
Vote.
favor, please say aye.
Aye.
It passes 4+1.
Thank you. Next up are public comments. As a reminder, our public comments, agenda item, hearings, and other agenda items are an opportunity for members of the public to provide comments to the board during our meeting. We typically have a very full agenda of board business to get through, and so as typical for most meetings, we allow 3 minutes. With this many comments, I'm assuming on the same topic, we're going to go to 2 minutes so we can keep our meeting efficient, so thank you. I'd like to ask members of the public who share the same viewpoint, please select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of this viewpoint so we can conduct our business in an effective and efficient manner. The board cannot respond to comments other than referring matters to staff for follow-up. So also feel free to follow up with Dr. McFetridge after the meeting if you would like to share more information or if you have further questions. For streamlining the meetings, we only accept request to address the board prior to agenda topics. Sorry, I'm getting feedback. With the option for speakers to pass on their request after the presentation if their comments have been sufficiently addressed. So with that, Kurt Murray. And we can queue up a couple of others, Casey Owen, and then Ann Maury after that. Okay.
You were always the best. Hi, everyone. My name's Kurt Murray. I'm a science teacher here at CUNY, 19 years. I actually just want to take a minute to think about what happened at the last school board meeting with the students, what they shared. It was emotional, a lot of anger, a lot of passion. And I could tell you, since I taught a lot of them, their passion was real. And I think in a very real sense, all of us in this room failed them, and we are continuing to fail them. If we can't get qualified teachers in classrooms, we're not doing our job. It doesn't matter what other proclamations we proclaim. We need people in the room. As a department head, I had to participate in interviews with people I would not want my son to be in their classroom, and yet I had to hire him. Why? Because we can't get qualified applicants. And a lot of it is the choices you make. When we don't prioritize hiring teachers, we're not going to get qualified people. Which brings me to so much gratefulness for this year, because we have our amazing team in the back, and I had words written for them, but I'm running out of time. But they have saved our year. But what keeps me up at night, other than losing my hair, is 3 out of the 5 are going to potentially leave. And because they're going to leave because the choices you've made, the way you've decided to spend the money, is not on them. It's not on keeping people in the room. And I have 20 seconds. Been waiting to do this joke for a long time. You and I have something in common. We make this same mistake year after year, and it's not listening to my wife enough. So she's going to speak later on. Listen to the teachers. If you're going to make decisions about Hatch, talk to the teachers at Hatch. If you're going to make decisions about CUNY, talk to the people at CUNY. 3 out of the 5 are going to leave. Listen to my wife. Thank you.
Thank you. Casey Owen.
Then why don't you speak for 2 minutes?
If it's going to exceed 20 minutes on one topic, then yes. And we have another 14 speakers. Let's go. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Casey Owen, and I'm the other 8th grade science teacher here at CUNY, as well as the 7th grade science teacher here at CUNY.
I'm Julie Ron. I'm a 6th grade science teacher here at CUNY. And ELD. I'm Rose Manning. I teach Math 7, I teach Web, and I teach Algebra 1 here at CUNY.
I'm Sonia Myers. I teach Earth Science to 6th graders and 6th, 7th, and 8th grade agricultural science.
Hi, I'm Yolanda O. I am the teacher on special assignment, working directly with English learners and the art teacher.
I want you all to imagine something for a few moments. Imagine walking into your first day of 7th grade, having a teacher that's there. Walking into your second day of 7th grade, having that teacher not there. Imagine a couple months in, after getting to know an absolutely fantastic substitute, doing everything they can for you, and then having a different teacher there for one day. Walking in the next day of school, and that teacher not being there anymore. Again, thankfully, Mr. Benoit has saved us in our 7th grade science. There are a lot of us here at CUNY, myself included, looking at considering going and teaching over the hill because we cannot afford to live here and teach here with the amount that we are being paid. I can only imagine what is going to happen if multiple of us are to leave. Put yourself in those students' shoes and think about what it would be like to walk into those classes, having a different person, not being sure if somebody's going to show up for a second day. Those are the realities that our students face here, and it's because teachers don't get paid an equal salary to the teachers over the hill. We're not asking to get paid the same exact amount as San Mateo Union High School District, but we're asking for a cost of living adjustment to help keep us here. I want to stay here. We all want to stay here, but you're making it really difficult for us to do that. So I encourage you to make some hard decisions, to imagine those students, and to make sure that that doesn't happen again. I want to end with this.
Investing in our students, which is ultimately what we want, is, investing in our, sorry, I screwed it all up. Investing in teachers, right, is essentially investing in our students.
Investing in us is investing in the COSIDE youth.
Investing in teachers is investing in our community.
And investing in us is investing in the future of the COSIDE.
Kathy Gray.
Kathy Gray.
Good evening. I'll try and speed this up. Kathy Gray, retired almost a year as of March. I worked at 3 out of the 4 elementary schools in the district. Started as a noon duty special education paraprofessional, clerical assistant, finally administrative assistant at Hatch, mostly. I was also a longstanding CSEA union board member and a CSEA negotiations team member. Yes, prior to my retirement, I spent years on the CSE union board and was on the negotiation teams for many years. Working for the classified employees of the district. I am well aware of the many hours it takes on both sides to work towards an agreement that is not only fair, suits both sides, but also will be ratified by the members. I am here tonight because I happened to watch the January board meeting on YouTube. There was so much passion and support for the teachers, as there should be. I was very proud watching the community address the board because this is what freedom of speech is all about. I applaud those on the CUTA negotiations team who are fighting for a living wage. I too stand behind the teachers' fight for a decent increase in their wage. At that meeting, the board approved a temporary position to be filled by me. At the time, I was asked to assist at Hatch Elementary. I was unaware of the status of negotiations between the district and the CUTA. Please know that I appreciate the vote of confidence the board showed in voting to create the position. However, given the current state of negotiations, I cannot in good conscience accept the position at this time. That being said, I was disheartened by the comments and vitriol being shouted by the audience when the panel was attempting to speak. And I was horrified to find out that one of your CUTA members was openly hostile to the board, standing directly behind them during the meeting. While the union cannot control what is done by the public, they can certainly let their members know what acceptable behavior is and what is not. I wish a speedy and equitable resolution to negotiations. Thank you.
Ann Morey.
Good evening, talking about something different. I'm here to talk to you about thinking in the future. A group has formed, we're calling ourselves COSIDE Aquatic Center, and we would like to make some changes at the swimming pool. Last year, the sheriff, San Mateo County Sheriff Christina Corpus funded swimming lessons, free swimming lessons for children, and she's going to do it again this year. So we'd like to have access to the pool to run this program. And then we'd also like to get the pool open more hours for community recreational swim, fun swim. So that's our two short-term objectives, swimming lessons and opening the pool more hours for everyone to use. And then our long-term objective is within the next 5 years, and I know that's fairly optimistic, but we're gonna try to do that, is get a new swimming pool up there. Presently, which probably most of you know, the competitive swim teams, which have done very, very well, cannot have home meets because the pool is so shallow, they can't use the starting blocks, so they can't have official times. And then water polo has become a very popular sport. The athletes here in Half Moon Bay have done really well, the boys and the girls, and the pool is totally inadequate for that. So they have to practice on their knees, and then every time they have a meet, they have to go someplace else. So I'm just asking for this board and the superintendent to work with the city of Half Moon Bay, and we'll go about trying to find some money, because I know nobody has some money. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Walera.
Hello. Thank you for your time. My name is Kate Valera. I am a science teacher and avid teacher up at the high school. And I absolutely love working in Half Moon Bay. I love the high school. It's my 3rd year here, and I am very committed to my students, and I am very committed to this community. But this school board's and this district's decisions make it much harder for me every year to commit to my students long-term. Teachers in this district do more than you tend to realize or value, more than our curriculum, more than our contract hours, and we deserve better. We recognize what each student's challenges or misconceptions are, and we regularly redirect them. We hold them responsible for their choices and teach them to acknowledge mistakes so that they can learn from them. This school board needs to do the same for the district. It is not enough to throw up your hands and say how much you agree with us about how low teacher salaries are. We need you to advocate for us. Mary Beth, at the last meeting, I heard you explain your concerns about disparity in our schools. I'm glad you are worried about us, but I also heard you say that Hollywood movies have shaped your view. It should be our students and our teachers' experiences of disparity and disadvantages that shape your actions, not movies. Yet, we have been through this time and again. Us teachers, with the amazing support of our community and our students, we get up here and we tell you what we need and why it matters. I stood here last year and I told you that the low salary I receive is incredibly disproportionate to our superintendents. You didn't listen to me. You didn't urge him or the district to work harder to offer us salary raises. Now it is clear from the budget discovery that compared to similar districts, we are 8th in district spending on teacher salaries, but 3rd in administrative salaries. Don't talk about what you see in the movies and think you can be the savior. The board needs to act. The board needs to pay attention to our students' needs. Hold the district accountable. Their budgeting decisions are hurting my students and the teachers in the community. And if you don't see that, maybe we just need to make a movie for you.
Brittany. Is it Jolivette? Brittany, thank you. Let's queue up a couple of other people after Brittany, Nicole Riley, and then Lauren Williamson.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. Tonight I come in person to speak after almost 5 years of working for CUSD. Let me just say the counseling department stands in solidarity with our teachers, and there's only 6 of us in the entire district. Our jobs are not easy as we have caseloads of about 300 students or more. We handle the academic, college and career, and social emotional needs of our students, but also assist our families within the Coastside community. Never in my 15 years in education have I been disappointed within my job and wanted to quit education entirely. I have seen this community come together not once, but many times during a worldwide pandemic, fires, community issues, and a mass shooting. I've been the lead counselor at HMBHS for the last 2 years, and it's been challenging and rewarding thanks to the students, parents, and my staff that I love that really keep me going and remind me of my why, especially since last year was my hardest. I'm disappointed, though, that after these years, that I may have to say goodbye to my students, families, friends that I made, and staff because I have to leave the district as it hasn't maintained their finances since the 2019-2020 school year, and that's when I started. I've attended multiple board meetings over the years to help our cause for higher pay. I left Southern California, my friends, and family for this job, and I didn't have a place to stay, but thanks to a family on the coast side, I was able to stay afloat and finally moved to the city where I've been ever since. There's a reason why counselors leave after 1 to 6 years, as it's too expensive to live here, especially with the pay we receive, which we're the second or third lowest paid district in the area. As counselors, we're exhausted and overworked. I'm done working 10 hours or more for my job. And I have minimal help from the district, as I've asked for professional development from the American School Counselor Association, and even lobbied for a position for a district social worker. I love my administration, though. They've supported and helped me tremendously. I'm also worried if you'll get counselors that will stay long-term to help our students and families. I have goals in a life that matter, and if I have to go somewhere else to have that, I will. I ask that you consider all that we've said, visit our campuses, get into our classrooms, because I promise you, if I sat in your chair, that's what I'd do. Come sit in my chair for a day to see what I do. Also, understand that words are just words. You have to back it up with action and reason behind it. Thank you, and have a good night.
Nicole?
We can't pay the teachers, there's no money. We can't fix the Hatch Field, there's no money. We hear this over and over, there's no money. Yet month after month, we continue to see new items on the agenda for the board to approve large amounts of spending on consultant fees, spending on new buildings that will take over the only green space Hatch children have, spending that does not align with the community's desires and priorities, spending that will detrimentally impact the children and negatively impact this community and the surrounding Hatch neighborhood. When is this board going to wake up and start listening to this community? When is the spending going to stop? If this board was in charge of a household budget and was spending at this rate when there was no money to pay the bills, there would be tangible and immediate consequences. If you can't pay your PG&E bill, you can't call up PG&E and tell them, sorry, there's no money in the budget, so I can't pay you this month. Your power would get turned off. How does this board continue to approve funding for non-essential items when we can't pay for the essentials? There is no school without teachers and students. Teachers' needs, salary increases, benefits, and student needs, fundamental programs and green playing space to support their educational and physical development are the essential items that need to be at the top of the priority list. We cannot continue to default on these essentials and spend erroneously on, and I quote Sophia Lane from the November board meeting, a half-baked idea for housing and other such non-essential items. If there's money for building on the Hatch campus, that money needs to go to fixing the field. On the agenda for approval tonight, asking the board to approve spending $729,000 for the purchase and placement of 2 portable buildings for the new Family Engagement Center. The memo of fiscal analysis states this, along with Hatch fencing, will be financed through grants and will be supplemented with bond funds. Why is the Hatch fencing tied to the installation of the Family Engagement Center? What is the exact dollar amount funded by grants, and what is the dollar amount being supplemented by the bond that that was passed by voters to renovate the schools. This bond money should be used to install the fencing and renovate the Hatch Field instead of further destroying the only green space the Hatch children have. CUSD's core belief is students are at the center of all decisions and actions. We adapt to their needs to prepare them for success in healthy school communities where everyone can thrive. Confining over 550 children of Hatch to an area of asphalt, gravel, and tan bark is inconsistent with this core belief. This community has asked you over and over, and I will reiterate it. Please cease and desist from putting more structures on the Hatch Field. There's ample space for a family engagement center at the district office. Follow through with the CUSD core belief and prioritize the children and their needs for green space to enhance student mental health and learning. Furthermore, you can continue to prioritize the children through prioritizing funds for a fair contract for the teachers. There is money left in the budget that can be voted by the board to reallocate into a new bucket for emergency funds to pay the teachers
Lauren
now.
Williamson,
And a
please.
full revamp of the budget could support and enable teacher salary increases for years to come. This is the school board. Prioritize the students and teachers. You are restricting the funds and where the funds can go. So you can continue the narrative that there is
I will ask, I'd like to reiterate, please. No, excuse me. Then, I'm sorry, we're doing 2 minutes tonight. Go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Lauren Williamson. I'm a fourth grade teacher at El Granada. Tonight, I speak not just for myself, but as a representative of my younger colleagues who, like me, are invested in the shaping of the future of Cabrillo Unified. In my 3 years here, I've been fortunate enough to work alongside dedicated colleagues, supportive parents, and resilient students. Up until this point, I have hesitated to speak up at a school board meeting. Many seasoned educators whom I deeply admire and turn to for guidance have stood here before, displaying bravery and vulnerability. Yet their concerns seem to have fallen upon deaf ears. It is only recently that I've realized the power of my voice and the responsibility that I bear as one of the voices shaping the future of this district. As you are aware, the face of our teaching community is changing rapidly. Veteran teachers whom we respect and learn from are retiring and, even more disheartening, relocating to other districts. In recent years, we have struggled to fill in the gaps. Every year I've worked here, we have started the school year without a critical part of our educational team. This mass departure makes me question the future I envisioned here at Cabrillo Unified. Why should I stay? The physical condition of the school building I work in is deteriorating, the challenging behaviors in our classrooms are escalating each year, and the support we receive is becoming thinly spread. The salary is the biggest disincentive to current and prospective teachers alike. I find myself, a first-generation college graduate, struggling to make ends meet. The only reason why I'm able to live here is because of the kindness and generosity of one of the PTO members at my school who is giving me a reduced teacher-friendly rate. The current salary is not a livable wage, and when coupled with student loan repayments, basic necessities such as housing and food, I am left with close to nothing at the end of the month. I am literally living paycheck to paycheck. At this point, leaving the district seems more like an act of self-preservation than a choice. My concern extends beyond my personal situation. What happens when the district fails to retain educators? What happens when the salary offered here dissuades potential teachers from considering our district? The ongoing search for a new superintendent adds to these uncertainties. What quality candidate would willingly step into a role where labor unrest is apparent from the beginning? I ask you to reflect on what actions are being taken to support the educators in the district, and more importantly, what measures are in place to support the children we are entrusted to educate.
Thank you.
Our shared...
Claudia Lundstrup. Claudia? Okay. Shannon Murray.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Murray, parent and Hatch teacher of 19 years. I'm here today to celebrate one of the underlooked resources of our campus, our Hatch Field. My background before traditional teaching was in environmental education. I spent 5 years of my early career leading students on hikes, teaching science, and helping them grow in an emotional capacity that's always magically enhanced by nature. When I brought my career indoors at Hatch, I missed the forest, creeks, and meadows tremendously, but sought the next best opportunity for my students by taking them out to the field often. I remember making nature observations as a way to bridge our science and writing curriculum. Even the most reluctant writers would often get a creative spark if they could focus on a worm or an anthill. I remember playing PE games to teach science. Children always remembered lessons that involved running and having fun. I remember taking students out to read and watching them sink into their books like many could never do in a crowded room. I remember walking students out for a science lesson while a great blue heron suddenly caught a gopher, and we all crouched down in silent awe as it slurped the rodent down its gullet. Then there's making homemade ice cream in the grass on the last day of school. I'm not the only one who remembers that. My former student Brenda, AKA Miss De Jesus Acosta, remembers this tradition as one of her best memories of 3rd grade. I could go on to other science lessons with kites, oobleck bubbles, but I don't think I need to for you to understand the magical healing and learning powers of the outdoors. Former DO employees assured us our field would be restored after construction. Now I hear we will receive more buildings and also will be fenced out of campus. Oh my goodness, please, please. Do not take this precious resource away from our children. I request that voting involving buildings on our green space or fencing that does not contain the field be paused and discussed, which may require removing them from tonight's consent agenda. And if we fence campus without the field, won't we lose the accessibility of this resource, creating an asphalt crowded school? We're in the midst of a national mental health crisis, and our children desperately need mental health services and social emotional support. Research consistently shows time in nature supports these needs, and it seems like a true win-win scenario to include the field in our campus plans so that students may benefit from a natural space that can truly bridge all curricular areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Reardon. Sean Reardon.
Good evening, all. My name is Sean Reardon, a 25-year teacher at Half Moon Bay High School. I am here to ask the board to hold off spending $24,500 in the search for a new superintendent. The stakeholders, students, parents, teachers, counselors, community members, our neighbors, feel that we should be fully included in the search for a new superintendent. This input should start with the community, not have the community as the second in line, as is stated in the flow chart that's to be presented tonight. The flow chart says that after tonight's approval of the funding, the next step is to meet in a week or two with the board to discuss collectively the characteristics of a desired new superintendent. Shouldn't the input come from the community before the list of characteristics is developed? In fact, I suggest that this is backward approach to community input is why we are in need of a new superintendent right now. Wasn't it the same Leadership Associates, the company who discovered our current outbound superintendent? Please consider flipping the classroom and allowing the stakeholders of this unified school district to have input that is timely, meaningful, measurable, and sincerely considered in your upcoming decision. Thank you.
Thomas? Thanks. Walrod, thank you.
Good evening. I come to you tonight for a singular reason, and I think you know what it is. To truly thank you. This district has given me so much to be thankful for. Unnecessary stress, wonderful working conditions, and best of all, policies that are truly out of this world. Truly out of this world because they make no sense. Policies around budgeting that are truly mind-boggling. Like approving a budget It's a simple household thing, like we said, but instead you act like 16-year-olds with your parents' credit cards defending purchases like, oh, we spent $500,000 on a consultation, but it's fine. I have heard a better argument from my nephews. I will say 2 things more before I give up my time. I don't want to abandon this district. I love it here. I love my students. I love my coworkers. It's fantastic. But this top leadership within this district has shown me no reason to stay aside from the coast-side smiles. I am planning on leaving this district. I am open about that. I am 28 years old, and I have talked with numerous colleagues from across the hill, and the quality of life is tremendously better. It's not the student population. It's not the curriculum. It's the leadership. Act like true leaders. I want to say one more thing, because I truly mean this. To Dr. McFetridge, I truly thank you for your resignation. I truly wish you for the best future in your endeavors. Because, like you said last board meeting, believe it or not, I have a heart that beats. I do hear, I do feel. Show those emotions that you have expressed. This district, the community, the teachers, but most importantly, the students deserve the best leaders possible. These teachers can no longer shoulder the burden. Thank you for your time.
Kathleen Wall.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Wall, and I don't really need to say so much because Nicole and Shannon were so articulate about the need to save the Hatch Field and use it for children. And I'm not going to go through everything I was going to say, but just say, save the Hatch Field.
Daniel Whitmore.
Good evening. My name is Dan Whitemore, and I'm a homeowner in the Kehoe neighborhood. I have an 8th and 10th grader who attends CUSD schools. This is my first time speaking to the board, which I'm ashamed of because I haven't been satisfied with the direction of our district for quite a while, but I'm here now. Our district is at a crossroads. We are losing our superintendent with little time to find a replacement before the next school year begins. But that doesn't mean we should rush to make this decision. We need to have surveys, open discussions with the community about what we want for our next superintendent. They need to match our community's values, which made me wonder, what are our district's values? On the CUSD website, it says, a place for students to dream and achieve. Cabrillo Unified School District creates a space where your students learn and find their passions and achieve their dreams. School should be a place where our students discover their dreams and believe their dreams can come true. Are we as a district living up to these standards today? I don't think so. Our teachers are woefully underpaid. They're unhappy, and while they do everything they can for our students, it isn't right for the board to rely on the goodness of a teacher's heart to go above and beyond for our students, yet we refuse to pay them for what they are doing. The new superintendent needs to align with our goals and look to build a better district the way we, the community, want it to look, not how the new superintendent thinks it should look. Leadership Associates is the same group that brought our current superintendent. What are they going to do differently this next rather accelerated superintendent search to bring us candidates who are a good fit for our district? We need to look far and wide and not limit ourselves to someone local to the Bay Area. Half Moon Bay is a beautiful place to live and work, so you would expect there should be dozens of applicants. However, we also need to consider, does this new superintendent want to work for you? Is our school board set up in such a way that a top-tier candidate would consider working here for our district? For one, why are motions published on the agenda 72 hours ahead of the board meeting, presented and then voted on in that same meeting? This gives the community less than 72 hours to read, digest, provide feedback to the board before you vote on it. How does this give you time to make the decisions the community supports? Remember, you work for us. We voted for you. If you don't want to do what we want, we can vote you out and we'll bring somebody else new in who will listen to us. Thank you.
I have 2 write-in comments, one from Joey Naple. As a former educator at Half Moon Bay High School, I'm concerned about the future of CUSD and its ability to attract and retain educators. There's a lot of feedback here. Oh, yeah, sorry. I fear this will only worsen over time, diminishing the number of quality educators, the lifeblood of any school district, available for students and families of the coastside. Many of the educators who were raised here with means to stay are creeping towards retirement. How will future educators make a life in Half Moon Bay if they don't receive adequate pay and health care coverage for their family, including the portion of the COLA that should be earmarked for them? Who will stay more than a few years? More veteran teachers have made it work with the help of family, lineage, a much more affordable housing market, or perhaps a partner with the right career. Times have changed and it's getting harder and harder. Even some new teachers born locally have left teaching or the district in order to afford life in the Bay Area. Thanks to my love for the coastside, I made it work for 5 years. I found odd jobs in the summer or did things like DoorDash on the weekends. At one point, I lived in a house with 5 housemates. My dream would have been to continue working at Half Moon Bay High School for the rest of my career. I considered trying to stay even as we planned to expand to a family of 3. I grew discouraged as year after year, negotiations with the district bore little tangible fruit. That, combined with the discrepancy in healthcare coverage for newer teachers, forced me to find a job in a nearby district so we could start a family with at least some financial security. Let's decide to make a change for future generations on the coastside. The next comment is from Anna Alderkamp. I'd like to show my support for our principal, Dr. Wagle. All my interactions with her have been positive, and she is well loved by all parents and teachers I've spoken to. Thank you, Dr. Wagle, for all your hard work. I think I got those. And thank you for everybody who came out tonight. I really appreciate you being here. I'm sorry. Please, Mr. Dubon, come up. It got behind another one.
I want to thank the community of Half Moon Bay, the students of Half Moon Bay High School, for the last 27 years that I have spent here. Half Moon Bay will be forever my second home. Of the 27 years that I've been here, the last 5 years have been the most difficult for me. But also rewarding. I feel the support of the community and has brought us as a union together. We're stronger than ever. I feel that I have a community that I never had for 27 years. I have been in my 27 years through a lot of negotiations. None was easy. None was easy. But the negotiations the last 5 years have been the hardest one. I don't understand the reason. I don't know. But the negotiations the last 5 years have been the hardest. In the last 5 years, we have gone through mediation every single time. Every single time. Never happened before. Never. We went through mediation only to be found out that our requests are not unreasonable. Why is it now? Why is it in the last 5 years? What has changed? The board, the philosophy of the board members, the superintendents, the interest. This time around, we have been negotiating for a while now. Okay? After so many meetings at the negotiating table, so many times here in front of you there, okay? And the superintendent there, you offered us 1%. 1%. 1%. We found that insulting and disrespectful. All we are asking is for our share of the COLA, which is the cost of living adjustment. We're not even asking for a raise. We're not even asking for the 14% that the state allowed. Okay? Now that we will have a new superintendent, who's leaving us with a big mess, board members, you you have a chance to do what is right. What's right. Don't wait for the new superintendent, okay? I want you to remember, not by the time the superintendent quit, but by the board doing the right thing for the teachers that are behind me. Behind me, okay? So one more thing. Consider tabling anything you want to approve tonight. Give the community a chance to listen to what it is. It's their money, not yours. Okay, so just table anything. Don't pass anything tonight. Consider that. Okay, please. So thank you, community, for the 27 years.
CUTA. Sure, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah.
There we go. I am here to address the board regarding the agenda item on governance. It's commonly pointed out that the community members don't stay for the full duration of the meeting, and that there's low engagement amongst the community members with the board. I suggest that the way the board meetings have been run over the last several years contributes to this situation. My thoughts regarding ways to improve this are the following. Start with an agenda that has a time limit, 180 minutes. Board meetings should not run more than 3 hours. Speakers should be limited to a specific time duration. Board members included to 3 minutes. Stay on topic and avoid personal commentary. All decision-making and external presenters need to be done within the first 120 minutes when people are awake and not tired. For topics that require a vote, have the presentations at one meeting. Have the vote at a subsequent meeting. This is critical. It's critical because it allows time for the community to engage with their board representatives. It allows for good debate and discussion, and a thorough discussion at that. It also, hopefully, would limit the amount of frustration in the community when they see things appear at the board for presentation and decision that night, and they're like, wait a minute, I haven't had a chance to contribute to this discussion. I'm going to take the last 30 seconds for my second topic. As the district seeks to right size, I want to remind the board and the administration that there are requirements regarding teacher and administrator ratios and percent of budget spent in the classroom. I ask the board to hold the administration accountable to these percentages. And I'm going to borrow a phrase from a song, please don't pave paradise and put up a family center.
Thank you. CUTA representatives?
Okay. Well, hello. First of all, I was told not to use any history lessons tonight, so I'm going to avoid any kind of history. Second of all, we did not plan any of this. This is just showing the emotion that's still out there. There's still a lot of emotion, so I just wanted to clear that up. I'm going to try to go through some thoughts. I got a few things that I just wanted to say. The first one was already brought up. There was a comment about leaving board meetings. I read some, and I heard some comments at the last one where they said, well, the teachers leave always at the break, right? When there's the break. And a couple things I wanted to bring up. One is everyone watches them. I mean, everyone watches them on YouTube. I watch them all the time when I get home. We put them on, so everyone's very actively watching. Second of all, site administrators don't come. So I'm thinking if site administrators can watch them at home, the teachers can watch them at home. So I'd hope that people don't criticize the teachers because they leave at 8 o'clock at night to go home. The next one, Hughes rate, there's a statement always that the raise given years ago is the reason for the budget issue. You guys heard that one? I think we all know that's not true. And I think that one we got to kind of put that away, all right, because that is not the reason. And I'm going to kind of walk you through. And I'm sure you know these numbers, but we're going to go through them. Since 2019, district revenues have increased 29%, right? 29%. The district spending, books and supplies have gone up 180%. Yeah, I know you guys all know this. Services and others have gone up 34%. Administration's gone up 34%. Classified employees, 19%. Health benefits, 9%. Teachers, 8.3. All right, so that's just, I just want to make sure that we kind of look at that since 2019. All right, the county, by the way, we hear this too, would not approve a raise. Not true. Next one. Many people say that the programs are so great that we've developed that it's making all the difference with the money. When in reality, the whole child is left to the teacher still. So these people behind me are the ones who are treating this whole child. They are the ones with the 33 in the classroom. They are the ones with the kid crawling on the floor. They're the ones with kids swearing and cussing at people. They're the ones dealing 8 hours a day with everything. So we have to realize that these teachers are getting beaten down and there's no positive increase from the district. There's nothing saying, hey, you're doing a great job. Work harder. We know these kids are tough. Keep supporting them. Next, let's go to, another thing I just want to go through. Remember too that you keep hearing about wage increases and inflation costs. Always keep up. And that's, once again, the teachers are saying, hey, can we keep up with inflation? That's if you think about it, inflation, that's all. Anything else is a pay cut. So the last 2 years has been giant pay cuts. The next thing is, a lot of people go, well, they get a jump and column every year. Remember, teachers who do a jump and column are spending about $6,000 to $10,000 of their money to move. All right, and I think so I just want to remind people of these things. Now, next, I went through the board and I saw in tonight's program, there's a presentation later about, I think the idea is to make us understand that teachers, there's not money. I think that's the idea of the later presentation with the money. But I just want to bring up some things that a friend of mine and I were looking at. Burlingame is on the list, right? Burlingame receives less funding per pupil than Cabrillo. So let's just go through some numbers. Cabrillo gets $15,101 per student. This is what you guys are presenting. Burlingame gets $13,803. So your numbers tonight show Cabrillo with $1,298 more per student. So based on the 2,700 students Cabrillo gets, that means $3.5 million more dollars than Burlingame. Now, the presentation suggests that low pupil funding is a reason for our low salaries. So I figured, like everyone in the room, that Burlingame's salaries must be way lower than ours. But that is not the case, as one science teacher has brought up to me. If you look at the years, let's just go through them. Looking at years. 10 years in 75 units, Burlingame pays 105, 172. Cabrillo pays 84, 307. Thank you. I got it all. That's a $21,000 difference. Burlingame tops out at year 20, all right, plus 75. Now remember, we top out at year 27, all right? Big difference there. Burlingame tops out at year 20 plus 75 at 121,900. Cabrillo is year 27, that's 7 more years, and is at $111,000. That's 7 years longer and almost 11,000 less. So, and 90 units, thank you very much, and 90 units. So the question is, what's going on? All right, what's going on? Now, board members, you guys are in charge. It's your game now, all right? And you may have run for different reasons for why you're sitting here, but now the reason is kind of, we've got to come together and bring this community back as one. So we've got to, you guys have to, you have the power now. And the next 3 to 4 weeks are so crucial. The next 3 to 4 weeks are everything. So I just want, and of course, people have brought this up. Lastly, that we would like, we demand a say in the next superintendent and to be a seat on the table. And we also would like to eliminate with the spending all the money that we are talking about. We would prefer not to have consultants and to do it ourselves and let you guys kind of work this out. I think you can do it. And the next 4 weeks are pivotal, and they're extremely pivotal. March 15th, April 1st, that's when everything happens. Ed Jordan goes crazy. Everyone's going to be making decisions in the next 6 weeks. We're hoping that this place makes a drastic change, and that we finally appreciate and say thank you to the teachers and do the best we can to make these teachers, especially the 5 that came up here, these great teachers that are coming up here, that they will stay. So I think the next 4 to 5 weeks is it. So as I say this, the next 4 weeks are pivotal, and let's hope that we keep March Madness in the gym this year and not in the community, all right? Thank you very much.
Thank you. CSEA?
No CSEA report tonight.
None, okay. Board comments. Go ahead, Mary Beth.
I'll go. First off, I just want to invite anyone that if you ever want more time, I'm happy to meet with people. So just send me an email. I'm meeting with someone from the community tomorrow. So I'm always happy to meet and talk and hear your ideas, and you can hear my thoughts too. So I'm always happy to do that. So please do reach out if you're interested in that. To the board, I just wanted to talk a little bit about what has been going on with me lately, some of the events I've been going to. I'm on the San Mateo County CSBA now on the board. And so I've been trying to attend their events. So I just wanted to touch a little bit on those because I know we get a ton of emails from all kinds of different organizations and millions of invites. And I didn't really know what our own county, CSBA is the California School Boards Association. I didn't really know much of what they did or what they were about. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the meetings I've been to recently. So they gave one that was called Cage to Community, and it was a guy that grew up kind of in a bad part of town in San Jose and ended up in jail basically when he was 17. But talking about that road and the hardships he faced and the things that were hard for him when he was a student going to school. So I thought it was really interesting. So they are trying to do some stuff like that to kind of give us stories around what we're doing here. The other thing Carmen and I went to was they had a legislative action brunch, which was very interesting. They had we had a federal congressman there and then some state assembly, state legislature people there. And it was really interesting to hear their thoughts. As a state level, people are coming to us for money, we're going to them for money, and to kind of hear their thoughts around schools and what they think and how the money works and all that. So that's very interesting. And then we had a board meeting, and basically what San Mateo County School Board Association is doing is they're trying to offer whatever classes we think would be helpful. So if there's ever something you're wondering about on the board that you think we can cover, please, Sophia is the vice president, so please come to us and let us know. And I want you to know, February 26th, there's a meeting coming up if you're interested. It's, you're registered? Yeah, it's, what's it called? Oh, Calming the Water, How to Handle Disruptions at Board Meetings. So we're not the only ones having problems. It was some of the other boards, Menlo Park and others were asking for this. No, it's fine. But it's about how to, what's allowed, what's not, rules, things like that. So anyway, I want to encourage you February 26th that's coming up. And basically it's because districts were asking for it, not necessarily us, but other districts were asking for it. So they're helpful. And I've been kind of impressed with what I've seen. So I'd reach out. And maybe, I know later we're going to vote on the ballot for, Sophia's on the ballot for a delegate, San Mateo County delegate. And I don't know what all she does, but she goes up to Sacramento a lot. But maybe if you want to talk about that later, we can, but that's also in our agenda tonight. I also want to give an update on my committees I'm on for our school district. I talked about this a little bit last time. I'm on the budget committee, and I just want to thank the public that's been in that committee. They're a very involved committee. We have meetings pretty frequently, and they're putting a lot of time and effort into learning the budget and digging deep and trying to look for cost savings that they might see. So that's been very interesting, and I want to thank the people that are on that committee for the time they've invested in it. I'm also on the environmental committee and the CTE committee, so if you have things for those committees, know that I'm on those as well. And then lastly, I just wanted to say to Sean and Jesus that, I'm sorry to see you both go. I know it's been a tough time in education across the country. So I am sorry to see you go, and I'll miss the things you brought to us, partnerships with a lot of different organizations, and, expanding our preschool program. A lot of the construction stuff going on, I know, has taken a ton of work. So thank you for that. I know that's a big deal. And also trying to get things organized, because things were a bit of a mess when you came in. So thank you both for that. I'm sorry to see you go, but thank you for what you've done. And I see and appreciate that you have both been advocates for those who have been historically underserved. And I want you to know that I see that. And you make me think for every decision I make or do, I have to think what is best for students. And I've learned that from you. So thank you.
Thank you. That's all. Someone else you want to go, Lizette or Sophia?
Next, I just have to say, I have a little trouble hearing when there's a lot of noise in the audience and there's beeps and stuff, so. Yeah, so if we could just ask, really honestly, I'm personally very grateful for everyone to be here, I really am. Public education is a really complex and challenging endeavor, as anyone who's in it knows from the different points of view that we have. So I just want to reiterate what Mary Beth said. And I've said before, board meetings are for the board to conduct its business, the business of the public on the behalf of the public. So we have our president that's running the meetings. We have, staff that is helping to prepare, to present and facilitate. But they're not opportunities for outreach or for conversation. So we all do that in our own ways, offline. And it can say, that's very important. So please do reach out. Many people do. I pretty much text or have calls or see somebody every single day. So if you're not one of them, I invite you to join me. So again, thank you. We'll have time in the coming months to celebrate the incredible contributions of our superintendent and of our chief business officials, Jesus, Dr. Contreras. I just wanted to very quickly say thank you for your years of service, and just say we have a lot to be proud of, and I'm looking forward to celebrating that. Over the past couple of weeks, I've participated in 2 very thoughtful remembrance ceremonies for the victims of last year's mass shooting of farm workers in Half Moon Bay. I went to really beautiful community wellness event our very own Caroline Morton held at Moonridge after the shooting there about a month ago, which if folks don't know involved a student who has been with us since elementary school here in Half Moon Bay. Super sad. I actively participate in several discussions with board member colleagues in San Mateo County and across the state, some of which Mary Beth mentioned, so I won't go into those in detail, but others included a briefing on the governor's annual budget proposal, a talk that Mary Beth mentioned, the kickoff meeting for this year's CSBA Legislative Advocacy Committee, again with a group of about 20 people from across the state working in Sacramento to make positive change for public schools and communities. The board directors meeting Mary Beth mentioned, and just today, an all-day training from San Mateo County Office of Ed on elevating racial justice in schools, which was very compelling and really, really important that we learn and understand what that means. And Kim and I also met with one of our legislators' staff to explore some opportunities for more equitable funding in the state. So not easy topics, but we're working on it. So we'll see. We also had some fantastic discussions at a meeting of the CUSD Budget Advisory Committee, and it was great to celebrate the Cabrillo Education Foundation and to catch up with one of our amazing teachers and a multitude of community members at CEF's annual donor event last week. And of course, it's always a pleasure to spend time with our students and staff in the classroom. This month, I got to accompany the Half Moon Bay High School Marine Ecology class on their field trip to Año Nuevo, which was super awesome. I don't think Mr. Santoni's here, but thank you for allowing me to join you for that and for taking your students. It's an amazing class. I'll just say that. And I attended the Cunha Science Fair here, and last week, I think it was, and really appreciated the great work of students and staff. Thank you, Mr. Murray, if you're still here. I can't see, but, and your science colleagues. I don't know everybody by name, but just a fantastic group of folks and students showing their scientific chops, so that was really fun. I got to catch up with lots of parents from TK to high school. Because my kids are in high school, I also just actively try to get the feedback from younger families as well, and knowing that even with that span, our lives as families are very different. But also, just to say, I was fairly limited in my capacity for community outreach last semester due to a family emergency, but I do hope to continue to connect with more folks in the coming months. So again, there are no teams here. There's just us together as one school community, one school district community. So I hope that we can get back to that. So that said, through a lot of these interactions, I really often do feel like I live in two different worlds. There's the world here in this room, oftentimes, and there's one that's not in this room, which is the community I spend time with when I go to remembrance ceremonies or when I go to Moonridge or when I'm at the food bank or other places that don't, where we have families that can't be here. And what does give me hope is I do feel like a lot of people in our community really, truly, deeply understand that equity is more than just a word that we throw around. Equity is a core value and a core way that we can support not only our students, but our staff that need that extra help. And I won't go into the details of the characteristics of who they are, because I think it's probably pretty obvious. But two things I think people do generally understand here on the coast side that is encouraging, that we do need equity in our schools for our students and for our employees, number one. And number two, that achieving true equity for those most in need benefits everyone. So not all of us will benefit from everything that we do here as a board, and not all of us will understand even why we do certain things that we do here as a board. But I would encourage people, if you think that you don't understand something, ask, right? That's what we encourage our students to do. And I hope that that's what I would encourage our community members to do as well. So just reach out. Superintendent's always a good, easy first option, but any of us here, board members, would be happy to chat. So Yeah, and two things, I appreciate the district staff for updating some really key pages on the district website. The financial information page and the labor negotiations pages are very informative and fact-based, so check those out. And again, reach out anytime.
Thank you, Sophia. Lizette?
Good evening, everybody. Buenas noches a todos. Gracias por estar aquí. Como siempre, es importante que nos informemos y que estemos aquí. I'm very soft-spoken. I apologize. I'm sorry? Can you hear me now? You can't? I'm going to try and speak louder. Buenas noches a todos. Gracias por estar aquí y muchas gracias por tomar el tiempo. Primeramente quería darle las gracias a todos por estar aquí, decirle al superintendente y a Jesús que ha trabajado con nosotros, desearles, no me quiero despedir porque todavía tenemos unos cuantos meses, pero muchas gracias por sus servicios y gracias por estar aquí. Siempre muy agradecida a Jesús. Gracias por ayudarme a entender un poco los números. Te lo agradezco. Y es importante que en un distrito con la población que tenemos, tener gente como tú que refleja y demuestra que hay gente que de nuestra, siempre me dijo un director que es importante no nada más servir a la comunidad, pero a veces también parecernos como la comunidad. So, muchas gracias por todo. I want to say thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, all the teachers. I do want to say thank you to the high school teachers who stayed for the open night. I want to thank Mr. Cox for holding that Washington meeting. I do want to apologize, but I wasn't talking the whole time. I was just translating for a mom. But it was a great informative meeting. I want to also thank Ms. Veloso, Ms. Wall, and Ms. Murray for, always putting together the reading event at Hatch. And I really am sad that I'm missing more and more. My new job, and I work farther, and I really apologize. But hopefully after I'm more settled in, I would not mind taking a day off. So please keep me in mind. I love reading in Spanish, and thank you for all those things that you do, because those are, I know as a parent, that's what was important when my daughter was in school. So thank you, and thank you for everybody for being here tonight.
Thank you, Lizette. Carmen?
Thank you. I just wanted to ditto everything my fellow board members have said, so many beautiful comments. Thank you again, friends and community who have come, and thank you to the staff here. I have 3 kids in Cabrillo, and my goodness, we've been busy. The science fair, that was amazing. Thank you to everybody who put that on. Incredible. My daughter was so proud of her experiment, and also my son's at Farallon View. He's been on field trips. We've been so packed with so much wonderful stuff, and I just want to say thank you to the staff who made that happen. And that'll conclude my comments. Thank you.
Oh, really quick, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I would also like to apologize for being late and for missing on listening to the first comments that were here. I really do apologize. I have an excuse, but I really don't, and I do want to apologize. Thank you.
Hey, I purposely worked on the coast side. I've got the flexibility, so I'm normally in the office in Mountain View on Thursdays, but I worked coast side, so I get it with the traffic. Thank you. And first, thank you to the teachers who came out. Maybe it's just this mic and me, and I have to, whatever. I really do appreciate you, and I know that there's room for improvement in this district with relationships and with the board, and I want to acknowledge that. I want to also make space for not making issues. Sure. want to make space in the conversation for not treating everything as an either or, but a yes and, that there are multiple things we need to work on. And just want to acknowledge that. And so for my part, as being president, you'll see we have a governance issue, and I'm going to, truly do my part working with our board to adopt some of the things you heard earlier in public comments. These are some things that I mentioned in other public comments the last couple of months. And I wanted everybody to know that if you send an email to us, we are reading it. If you request time with us, we will make time to visit with you. And I know definitely I will. And so sometimes it's a little bit of juggling in terms of timing, but please do reach out to me if you want to visit. Glasses. I really appreciated the Community Readers Day at Hatch this month. Everything is Connected by Jason Gruhl. If you haven't read it, go get it. It's really one of my favorite books that I've shared with a number of young children and my favorite adults. So highly recommended. I attended the San Mateo County of Education PTO luncheon with superintendents from all over the county, and it was insightful just to hear about other things going on in other districts. So example would be kindergarten teachers running a workshop for other districts. So anyways, just the idea of hearing more of our teachers' voices was that little innovative type things that we might find more space for. As Sophia mentioned, we met with Senator Becker's staff regarding funding. I know there's more that we can do locally, but to the extent we can keep the messaging and working beyond our district borders, I think that's a really important conversation to keep having. And I will be attending the San Mateo County of Education meeting on the 26th regarding workings of board meetings. And so that's all of my public comments. Next, I think we have, student board member. Thank you, Catalina.
Okay, so I have two things. Oh, this one's also feedback. Okay, today, I'll do my student board report first. So at El Granada, today we had Coach Tara from Playworks check in on our fabulous recess practices to see how we're doing. Last Saturday, this is really echoey. Can I use yours?
Yeah, sorry. I want to interrupt.
Last Saturday, we had our famous Sweetheart Dance. Over 70 families came out to boogie with DJ Sweet and enjoyed a wonderful family night. Wednesday was the district-wide For the Love of Music field trip for grades 3 through 5. Students loved it. Students are currently learning about the Year of the Wood Dragon and Lunar New Year. We'd also like to report that during our Great Kindness Challenge, students committed a total of 3,143 acts of kindness school-wide. For Fairlawn View students wrapped up our Move-a-thon fundraiser this week. Students ran, swam, rolled, and more to help raise funds for our school programs. March Reading Madness is just around the corner, and we can't wait to kickstart it with Read Across America Day on March 1st, where community guest readers will visit Fairlawn View campus and inspire the next generation of reader leaders. At Hatch, we've been offered an amazing fundraising partnership with SF Giants. There will be a link you can probably find online for $10 tickets to most games in April and May, and then half the proceeds go back to Hatch. If anyone needs a lesson in geography this week, visit Miss Benson's room, and she and her students have sent Valentines to classrooms all over the world, and now are mapping all the cities which they've received Valentines. Our Hatch Readathon was a huge success, large in part of our community partners. The theme was Pac-Man, and students and family participation was tremendous. PTO librarian Lynn have secured the talents of Disney Pixar artist and animator Becky Tower to complete a beautiful piece of artwork specifically for Hatch. The Children's Discovery Museum Try It truck will be on campus on Tuesday the 13th and February 27th to serve students grades 2 through 5. The date for the spring open house and PTO art show is scheduled for April 10th. Playworks is coming to campus for our recess rebought week of February 27th, and we are recruiting junior coaches to help facilitate playground games. We also have a parent volunteer starting a lunchtime game board club as an alternative for outdoor activities. 4th and 5th grade interventions will be starting the week after break in creatively utilizing the staff we already have on campus. Our intervention team has tested all students and are currently reviewing the data growth from the BOY assessments. At Kings Mountain, we look forward to beginning the school-wide math buddies this week and working on more collaborative art. Kings Mountain 4th and 5th graders were able to join the district music assembly at the Boys and Girls Club Event Center. Then we survived the weather last week when MOT got our generator serviced and swapped for a new one. At Cunha, last week, the science fair took place at Cunha. It was in person for the first time since 2020, a fantastic event. Our 300 parents and students, over 300 parents and students attended. 16 projects will be advancing to county competition. The 6th grade basketball season got off to a great start, and the Cunha Boosters Association held a wonderful spaghetti dinner event this past week. Over President's Week, Mr. Cox will be taking about 100 8th grade students on his annual Washington, D.C. trip. For Pilarcitos, Pilarcitos has enrolled a number of new students this year, and all of them begin their time with us with a welcome circle where we learn that what they need to be successful and their hopes and dreams for the future. Also, Half Moon Bay Rotary Club is working with Pilarcitos for a career week organized by Cherise McHugh of the Chamber of Commerce. Each day, our students learn a career life skill, including resume writing, workplace behavior, budgeting, computer skills, mock interviews. The week will include presentations from local business owners and professionals detailing the career options that come with their line of work. At La Costa Adult, we are excited to announce that the La Costa teacher Brian Felt was recognized by the California Council for Adult Education Bay Section for excellence in teaching. During the day, Mr. Felts teaches science to the 5th grade students at Hatch, El Granada, Farallon, and Kings Mountain. But 3 nights per week, Brian is teaching his heart out to the La Costa adult students, for the adult students at La Costa Adult School. His hard work and unparalleled instructional skills are the reason he was recognized for excellence in teaching. Additionally, La Costa Adult School will be holding its first annual open house on March 12th. Beyond the student work that you'll be able to see, we'll have representatives from Coastside Hope, the Half Moon Bay Library, and Nova Works, to name a few. There will also be representatives from T-Mobile. Anyone over the age of 18 who makes less than $100,000 per year will be able to receive a 10-inch table with 5 years of free tablet. This is spelled wrong. With 5 years of free internet. You don't have to be a student. Just come down and check out our classes. Finally, our first senior home health aid program will launch for its inaugural offering. The class will be offered on Tuesday and Thursdays, 5:30 to 7:45, starting March 19th, running through June 13th. Lastly, at Los Listos, the students at Los Listos have been very busy learning about friendships and being kind and dinosaurs. They have made their own fossils and had a Valentine's Day party on February 14th. Parents are also busy enrolling their kids in TK and kindergarten for the next school year. So I'll keep it pretty short. So I just wanted to continue to reiterate what CUSD students want. Last board meeting, many of my peers joined us and spoke on behalf of our teachers. I think we can all agree that the consensus of CUSD students is to do what is best for our teachers, and best for our students, thus that means what is best for our teachers. Paying our teachers a living wage is important for more than just the use of the COSIDE. It is important for the present and future of the entire COSIDE. Making our schools the best they can be starts with keeping these incredible teachers in them. Students now understand the importance of doing what is best for our teachers. After last month's board meeting, I have had to have many conversations with students about why their favorite teachers aren't getting the pay they deserve. Students want our teachers to stay in our school district. Students want our teachers to be able to live a happy and healthy life. Students want what is best for our community. Many students who came to speak last month are students leaving our district this year or the next. Students want what is best for future generations to come. Students want teachers that make genuine impacts on our lives to be able to teach the future of our district. This is my final year in the school district, and if anything is more important to me, it is ensuring that every single student in this school district receives the same quality of education I did. If you don't take it from me, take it from the more than 15 students who came out in person last month to the board meeting, passionately fighting for our teachers to receive a respectful salary. Please keep our teachers on the co-side. Sincerely, CUSD students. Then lastly, I mentioned last board meeting, students, please reach out to me if you have any concerns, if you ever want to look over the agenda, if you ever want to talk about anything. I consider myself decently informed for a student, so and I know sometimes it can be kind of intimidating to talk to adults about it, but I'm always happy to talk things through. If you have any questions, I can reach out to people, get some of those questions answered. So it's really my job to communicate the needs of the students. So if you have any questions, you can just reach out to me. It's Catalina Gonzalez. You can just put me in like the Gmail thing. So please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Catalina. Just a quick go back on my part. I meant to say thank you to Dr. McBetridge and Dr. Contreras for the time that you have been here. And while I note that I think we have room to grow, I so appreciate all of the things you've helped us accomplish. So I want to say thank you. And I also want to say thank you to the many teachers and people in the public who called to say that and acknowledge how hard the last meeting was. Thank you. It was a hard meeting. And I appreciate that everyone deserves to be heard, but it's important that we teach our children to express their anger and express their angst without villainizing the people that they're talking to. I just wanted to say that piece. Dr. McBetridge.
Well, speaking as the chief villain in the district at times, I'm sure, I just want to say that last meeting, I did say that I heard people, and I heard someone say, no, I didn't. It's been a very challenging time for me personally, and I know for all of you personally, through a lot of things. Through COVID-19, continuing through this time and this economy and the affordability crisis that you all face being on the coast, through difficult budget times, it is very complicated. I want to acknowledge that I've heard, as Mr. Cox has said, and as others have said, the anger, the emotions, and I do feel it. And I am wishing everyone progress and peace going forward, and yet I know that there's a lot to do yet in negotiations, and I know there's a lot of advocacy that the board is doing and that I'm doing, not behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, to talk about the disparate funding. Mr. Cox brought this up. These districts are not equally funded at all. That is the point of bringing that up. It's not anything other than to show where the funding is, how the funding is happening. We will have another negotiation session at the end of the month. We are in impasse bargaining. There will be mediation. I trust that staff will negotiate in good faith, and I hope that's the case. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. I do want to note that there's a proclamation tonight on the consent agenda that endorses March as Women's History Month. I think it's important for us to point out. I also want to point out that the student-teacher calendars are on the consent agenda, and this is the first time in the last 4.5 years that we've had 2 years of calendar on here, and I want to thank the people, the teachers, the classified staff, and the parent leaders who were on that calendar committee for coming together with 2 calendars, and that's a first for us in several years now. And I'll conclude my comments. Thank you.
Okay. I would motion that we take a 7-minute break. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
on the agenda is item 4, consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
We're gonna do roll call for this. Kimberly?
Aye.
Carmen?
Aye.
Lisette? Mary Beth?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Catalina?
Aye.
Passes 5 plus 1. 4 plus 1.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we moved up the item on governance in terms of meeting practice. This is something that I mentioned in our meeting last month in terms of wanting to tighten up the process a little bit. We have gotten longer over time with our agenda items, and I think it is a good practice if all of the members have read the packet and are prepared, and then our presentations also are a little more concise. So I love hearing about the different school sites. That's rich and wonderful. It's a mixed bag. And so in the spirit of improving this process, we've ordered, Rosie ordered a couple of copies, and I have printed off, I've made copies of mine to share with all of you. I would point you towards chapter 3 that starts on page, I don't know, but even like 30, if you go to 38 and look at sample meetings, chapters 3 and 4 basically talk about the order of meetings, actually having on the agenda a line item that says governance, so we can talk to each other about what we consider best practices and how we want to manage the meetings and hold the meetings. And so it's typically been the president's prerogative, working with the superintendent, to set the agenda. And of course, it's our superintendent that really knows all of the items that we need to cover in a period of time. But I just want to remind the board that if there is something we haven't circled back to, that we picked up in one meeting and we want to continue that conversation here in public, that we pick it up again. So if it's okay with you, I would like to suggest that we prepare in advance and try to keep our minutes, our public comments, to 3 minutes, unless we're speaking in 2 languages and translating, and then of course that should take longer. One way to convey, and again, this is open conversation here, could be that we even type up our notes in advance and share with the rest of the board the day of the meeting in terms of all of the different committee meetings or things that we've attended. The value of us being in these meetings, though, is that we get to interact, or if we go to the community readers and share Everything is Connected by Jason Girl. Sorry, a little lighthearted there, but the order of items, I think, is also important, and that we get to actions earlier in the meeting, to the extent possible that we can start getting out of here closer to 10 rather than 12, I think is helpful. And yeah, that's why I put this on here. And in terms of that every couple months, I'd like to revisit the governance piece. I do believe it's important to start separating a presentation 1 month and then an action another. For the many people that commented on the hatch, I heard your passion, and a lot of comments came in the last 24 hours. We actually did have it on the agenda, and we were actually talking about it last month. So that, for the board, wasn't as much of a surprise. And so for those of you that felt it was, my apologies, but that was one of those items that, again, I will try to watch a little closer what's going on in consent and what needs to be in public discussion. So we'll try to separate that. That's my part. Any other comments or reaction? I know no one's had a chance to look at this, but.
I'll read it, Kim. I'll read it.
Huh?
I'll read
Okay,
it.
thank you.
Looks interesting.
Kim, I have a question.
Sure.
The 3 minutes will be also for the student report?
There's a lot that's in that student report, because it's not just a student report, it's a school-wide, and so maybe we can work offline and decide how to right-size the school, because that's kind of the fun stuff to hear, is what's going on in campus. But maybe we can, I don't know what the standard is. I mean, does each site give you the same length report, or?
Normally they do-ish. Like, I ask every principal to turn it into me. Like,
Okay.
that's what, I could work offline to like try to make it a little shorter.
Okay.
But normally, like, sometimes they give me like really short ones, sometimes they give really long ones. So
Okay.
it kind of depends month to month.
Yeah, but we shouldn't necessarily be going longer than you. So.
Yeah, I try to keep it pretty speedy.
Yeah, no, because we have a chance to ask questions on each agenda item. And so the more that we can like share that time, each one asking a question, that really it's our response. I mean, if it's a question, that's really helpful. We want to be careful that we're not just reiterating for a recording. So,
One more question, would that
Yeah.
also be for union reports?
I would think that in the 3 to 5 minute range would be a reasonable target.
Also, would that be for presentations, questions?
Presentations would be, I would think, again, depends on what the content is. You're looking at a 7 to 10 minute presentation, followed by Q&A, 5 to 10 minutes, depending on what the topic is.
The standard practice is 20 minutes per item, so that will be around.
Yeah. So again, some things I think can tighten up, and then when we get to an action, it shouldn't take more. If we had the presentation the month before, we reconcile any comments offline in the middle of the month. We just hear what that delta is. An action we should be able to do in 5 minutes. Reactions?
The reality is 5 minutes is like one question and answer, and there's 5 board members, so I don't know that that's going to be really achievable. I'm fine having generally all comments being 3 to 5 minutes. I do want to give people the flexibility, because sometimes I think it's really important to hear if you had like a particularly interesting experience. It's not the same at reading it, and with 5 of us, even total, with like 7 people having comments, 2 more minutes doesn't really add that much time overall to a 4-hour meeting. So I'd be fine saying if all comments, we shoot for 3 to 5.
Right. I mean, it's
From,
like,
like,
but our
all the
public comments tonight it was 7:30 before we basically took a
that's pretty
restroom
long.
break.
Yeah, so I think
That's a long time.
Yeah, I think your discretion, how you did tonight, I think was appropriate for that piece as well.
Yeah, no, I want to hear people.
So I think as far as like revisiting things, I think it depends on the topic. I think in general, that should be, that's a good practice. And I think is generally what's done for larger, more important topics that do require some thought, even for us to have the presentation. And like, I don't usually, and I've pushed back sometimes, said, I need some more time to think about it, right? Or we defer a presentation so we can have some more time. But I think we don't want to hold up the business of the district by having everything like that requires action, because a lot of it's really pro forma. Like a lot of the,
If it's pro forma,
really boring reports that we get that like you just have to do. There's a lot of those. Or there are things that are really, time is of the essence. If you have an emergency repair for a sinkhole at the high school, I don't want to wait a month.
Right, but
to approve that.
that's on consent. So I agree.
Just in
I agree,
yeah,
but-
but
and
whether
that's
it's on
how we
consent
use-
or general business, I think just having that mindset, I think is important. Not everything's on consent.
Yeah. Okay. So anyways. Oh,
We already started the comments from the board, so we cannot take comments for this. Oh,
yes, sorry. I did have one. Go ahead. Can we, yeah, come up to the mic.
So a lot of it was good evening. A lot of it has already been addressed, what you were just saying about limiting the board comments to the same time as public comments. It was 7:30 because the board also spoke in addition to the public. So it would be nice, wasn't present at the last board meeting, but I listened to the Hatch presentation of the Early Learning Center. And I thought it was only approving the wheelchair access, which I was a little confused about because my son went to kindergarten in those classrooms and they already had wheelchair access, so I assumed we were just improving it. So I was a little surprised to see like the $750,000 price tag because I thought the ramps were just like $180,000. So even though it was discussed at last month's meeting, I didn't realize the full extent with the new portable and then an additional or a complete total of 750. So it would be nice if the presentation was made at one meeting, discussion at the next, and then actual vote at the next. Because like what I'm seeing from this board packet, so we've had the presentation last month, conversation tonight and vote, but it's not the full picture. And it was kind of like that with the kitchen 2 months ago. It was like the board asked questions. The presentation was made. In the presentation, it didn't even say how much the kitchen plans were going to cost. It didn't have the final cost after the plans were done. It was a very incomplete presentation. And one of the comments was, well, we want to streamline it so we're not doing traveling over Highway 92, but how are we getting the food to Kings Mountain if we're having a central kitchen for all the schools? So it didn't fully answer all my questions. And I guess we already talked about the early learning. So I just feel like it's the decisions, we've spent a lot of money. $180,000 for the ramps, $280,000 on the kitchen, there's $300,000 planned for the housing project. It just seems like there's a lot of money going out, and I'm wondering when we're gonna hit the bottom of the barrel. We're telling our teachers there's no salaries increases, but yet we're spending. So it's just like, it'd be nice to draw back and actually think about why spend $280,000 if we're not gonna actually fulfill the kitchen plans. I'd also ask the board to listen to their subcommittees, like the bond and the budget advisory. I never actually hear them come to the board meetings and able to ask questions and have those updates. And finally, I just want to say, please don't chastise people for leaving. I'm unable to stay for 5 hours. My children surprisingly would like me to feed them dinner and pick them up from activities. And so I often listen to the board meetings at home because it's more, so I think we need to cap the board meetings at 3 hours to 4 hours. I've not heard of another district where they go on so long. And thank you.
Thank you. For the board, any other questions, anyways, I just wanted you to have this information, and to the extent possible, you'll see a little reordering and trying to streamline.
I would just add that, like, typically in the past, and I think it worked pretty well, we would discuss governance issues in the context of kind of broader governance, I forget what we called it, but having a governance manual, reviewing the governance manual, like more at an open session workshop on Saturdays. So
This is not in lieu of that, yes.
Yeah, so to finish out, because I feel like a bit of a tension between having more in meetings, revisiting things in meetings, but also making meetings shorter seems like a little bit like we're adding more, but wanting meetings to be shorter. It's a little challenging. So the nature of this topic, I would say, because it's not critical to have at a regular board meeting, maybe we consider having it, we typically meet at least once a month for some kind of special board meeting or another. We can tack on like an open session to that if it's not already open to discuss governance items as well. It just feels a little bit more casual and natural too by the nature of that topic. So I would just throw that out there.
Yeah, you do mention it's been a while since we have met and talked about our practices in general, and we we have the opportunity to review whether or not we're meeting the goals that we set for ourselves. So I think that's important. So
If I may, there will be some items coming up in months ahead that would not allow for a hearing in 1 month and voting on the next month. For example, approval of the second interim budget has to be done by March 15th. It is typical and has been this way to have regular budget presentations, but then to have that approval. So,
and that's more,
so fast rules or sort of, set rules about, we can, staff can work on that, but there are some items I just want to say would require us to bring them and say, this is why we're bringing it for action tonight. You always have the ability to ask something to come back and to table it for action later. But I hear it, but I just want to say, with a caveat.
and those types of things feel a little more routine because we are more familiar with the format that it comes to us, as opposed to an expenditure that's a larger dollar value and that we might need more backstory to understand. So thank you very much. Next on the agenda, Hatch Elementary School presentation.
I think I got it, okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you. I'm Ashley Waggle. I'm the principal at Hatch, and please don't tell me to speak up, Lily. I'll do my best. I didn't expect to say this, but it means a lot to me that all of you are here today. I was hoping to actually give this presentation in an empty room to just a few people. But the fact that you're all here and persevering this late, I appreciate it. So I'm going to go quickly through this, but thank you. So Hatch is a very special community for a lot of reasons, not least of which is because we have a dual immersion program. We have the highest EL population, and we do the best we can to serve those students. We have very dedicated intervention teachers. We're now serving all 4th and 5th graders as well as TK through 3rd grade, and that's just through some creative planning on the part of teachers that I'm really proud of. This is the first year also that we're doing testing of all of our TK through 3rd grade, and now we've just finished testing our 4th and 5th graders, so we have real data that we're looking at from beginning of the year to mid-year. And so we are seeing changes and shifts already, even with some of the contentious relationships that are happening, it's not showing up in classrooms. Next slide, please. This is just a breakdown of our demographics. This is the most recent data I was able to find. It's from 2022-23, but we have about 63% Latinx, 30% white, the rest smaller percentages of that. But it's a very diverse community and just about equally split between our SIPA and our immersion our immersion and our traditional programs. Our two leaders of the two programs are SIPA and our PTO presidents. We're working really hard to make sure that there's less discrepancy between the services that we provide to all students. And so that's been a real focus for us this year. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rosie. Just another piece of demographics for us. Our English learners are at 39%. Unfortunately, we only had 13 students reclassify after last year's LPAC, so we're working this year on having teachers and families work on LPAC test examples so that students are more familiar when they see those when they are tested this spring. Rosie? And this is not the data that I would hope to show you. This is shows that we're 31%, 32% proficient in our English and math curriculum. These numbers stayed pretty consistent from the previous year, and we're working on having students, families write letters for them to encourage them to do very well. We're also looking at assessing on the CAS test for practice so that these scores can improve. This is the 3rd through 5th grade from last year. Next slide, please, Rosie. And then our science, that was last year's 5th grade group. Next slide, please. This is from the dashboard. Our language arts, our math improved significantly. We're still 49% below standard in English, which is why our intervention, our TOSA, our ELD positions are so critical. And then our English language learner is where we are not doing justice to them. Unfortunately, we have just 33% who are making progress. Next slide, please. This is our supportive staff and our 13 reclassified students from this year. Next slide, please. That's just 8% of our population. These are some of the enrichment opportunities that we have. We've already talked about Mr. Murray's wife, Shannon, and her readathon. We all listened to Miss Shannon. Our art and action is highly supported by our families. We couldn't do that without them. And this shows our voluntary tuition that we get. And a lot of that goes towards filling the gaps that we don't get from some of our abilities to our site funding. Next slide, please. There's our beautiful blue team, some of our unsung heroes. You can come to the cafeteria any day of the week and see singing and dancing on stage with the kids to make sure that they're well behaved. Next slide, please. Some of the clothes that we have, as I said, we are testing everybody now, so the kids are coming in and is 13% proficient with us, but by the time they're leaving 3rd grade, we're at 41%. So the numbers do sound low, but there's definite improvement, and this is just from this year alone. So this is from the beginning of year. This week, we are having our intervention teacher, Shannon, and Rachel working with every teacher individually in TK through 3rd to look at data and dive deeply into individual student scores. 4th and 5th grade, we have a children's voice movement. They are very active. I'm very proud that we have some advocacy events to children. They have voted to have a custodian appreciation day, which I find very heartwarming. They are spending $200 of their own funds out of $205 to support that. So PTO is going to match their funds so that we can do a nice celebration for them. Our grows, we continually try to improve our instructional strategies. We are being creative about our mental health, our counseling, our behavioral supports for the needs of all students, which tags along to some of the green space and the outdoor areas that we can use on Hatch campus. Next slide, please. Oh, there was one slide that I was going to show. Is that not there? Okay. Well, I was going to unveil what the mural looks like, so I'll have to share that with you all at a different time. So, are there any questions? No questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And as someone who got to come out for the Community Readers Day and be in 3 classrooms, it truly was a gift. And thank you for the presentation. Are there questions?
No, I just wanted to say thank you, Ashley. I don't know if you know, 3 of us here on the board had kids at Hatch, had our kids go through Hatch before your time. So it holds, I think, well, all our schools hold a near and dear place to our hearts, you know, as board members, but for sure Hatch does for 3 of us. And plus Catalina went to Hatch too. So, and she went to Hatch, and she went to Hatch. So we all either personal or child experiences at Hatch. And can't say enough about how special a community is there, just like as it is at all our schools. But you know, from the personal perspective, definitely we have that to say. And I love hearing about all these, the programs in the elementary schools too, like Art in Action. I know I think Kim was involved. Were you involved in Art in Action? I spent many years volunteering for Art in Action as well, and in the classrooms at Hatch. The old ones, the temporary ones, the new ones. So it's really great to hear what's happening here today. So thank you very much.
Okay. Next up is our food service update.
Good evening. Stephanie, as you know, she's our food services director, and she is very ready to bring a little Lily into the world. So I'm going to be presenting on her behalf. So she is we're trying to get her to rest. I said, I want to do it. I said, no, Stephanie, we can do it. We can present your she is our director, and one thing that she's always very, very, very committed to make sure that all of our children are fed. And I just want to give her all the kudos of the world, all the work that she did during the pandemic to get all of her staff to get out there and bring food to the different places where our children were. So that's, let me open with that, and that will go with what she does every day. The next one, Rosie. Thank you. One very important thing is that she feeds our children during the summer. During the summer, she has programs at Hatch and Arcuña, and out of those two places, she feeds the programs and she feeds the community. So very, very important that she continues to feed our children, or makes sure that there is food available to our families and children that are participating in the summer program and that are in need. So she can feed our students there. Next slide, Rosie. We have continued this year with Lunchmaster, and one of the ideas about the kitchen that she is all behind is that we can depend less and less from vendors such Lunchmaster that is not local. It has to come into town, but we have a contract for this year with Lunchmaster to provide our K-8 school meals. Next one, Rosie. Now, we all know that California has come with Assembly Bill 130 that is a universal meal program. And it is ensuring that there is a free breakfast and a free lunch. But she has to do a lot of bookkeeping to make sure that she reconciles the federal dollars and reimbursements, and also the supplemental state dollars, because many of the rules have gotten even a little bit more complicated for her, because in order to provide free breakfast and free lunch, she has to still collect all of the pertinent data to make sure that that happens. Now, also, if there are adults on campus, she feeds them if they can pay $3 for breakfast, an adult can pay $5 for lunch. So it's a lot of, and here she is. What am I doing, Stephanie? Come. We really appreciate you.
Okay, where were you?
We're AB 130.
Okay.
He was saying how amazing, while you get your stuff ready, you have an amazing job you've been doing navigating the bureaucracy of the school lunch reimbursement process, and I can definitely speak to that in terms of like just having seen on the legislative side the complexity between the federal government rules and the state government rules, and how the state government will reimburse for the meals, but we know they don't reimburse for staff because they reimburse like what, $4.31 per meal, something like that.
It has increased because of universal meals,
Okay.
at least.
At least a little bit. Anyway.
Knows what the intricacies
are. So I don't know if he already explained it, but yeah, adult meals are not free. They cost $3 for breakfast, $5 for lunch. California was the first state to pass this legislature, but others are following. Next slide. Okay, so more than just applications can help families with free and reduced lunches. They also have more benefits, like you can qualify for summer camp scholarships, benefits for discounts on fees for academic tests, Increase on funding for schools to support students benefit from discount on home internet, as well as they benefit discounts on fees associated by applying for college. So there's lots of benefits that families can take advantage of just by applying for that free and reduce. Applications can be found online at My School Apps. Parents need to apply each school year. They can reapply anytime during the school year if their income changes. CalPads does report students who are eligible through CalWorks, CalFresh, and Medi-Cal. And student statuses are always kept confidential. There are, oh, that's what I just did, sorry. So there are some income guidelines for this school year. From this chart, you can see a household of 4 needs to have an income of $39,000 or less to be eligible for free meals, and a family of 4 needs an income of $55,500 or less to be eligible for reduced meals. That does hit the federal poverty line, and that's kind of where like the Bay Area schools struggle on getting those applications because of it being so low. Some funding that Cabrillo has applied for are the KIT funds, Kitchen and Infrastructure Training grants. There's been 2 rounds. The first round was given a base amount of $100,000. These funds are split between infrastructure funds and training funds. The first round was given in 2021. Funds need to be expended from that KIT fund by this June 30th, 2024. The second round was given in 2022, and those funds need to be expended by next June, 2025. SCA funds, which are supply chain funds, have been divided up into 2 rounds. Also, so far they've been distributed. The purpose of these funds are to assist schools in maintaining student access to nutritious meals, as well as responding financially to the challenges and to enhance efforts and strengthen the local supply chain. These funds can be used to purchase minimally processed items such as fluid milk, cheese, yogurt, vegetables, fruits, grains, meats, minimally processed food. And then the next round of grants is the Equipment Assistance Grant, or the EAG, are funds that go towards improving kitchen equipment. Each school food authority can apply for no more than 5 sites, up to $100,000 per school that can benefit for getting new equipment. There is a second round that I did apply for this year of that, but those funds have not been awarded yet. We will use our grant funds to procure needed equipment for the central kitchen. Having a central kitchen for CUSD will help to provide the whole district, next slide. Provide the whole district with better, sustainable, freshly made food from within our CUSD campus. Well, this slide up here has a reimbursable breakfast. It has to contain 2 ounces of grain and must contain a portion of fruit and milk. A reimbursable lunch consists of a meat or a meat alternative, a grain, and also must contain a fruit or vegetable and a milk. Those are some photos of what the lunches look like. Next slide. Some factors that affect our program are field trips where lunches from home are encouraged, class parties or PTO functions, open campus lunch at the high school, Super Fridays at the high school where lunch would be served during break and not lunch, students missing days or leaving school early, increases to food costs, and supply costs and costs of repairs to equipment. Some developmental goals for the food service this school year are central kitchen planning ongoing, reducing our food miles through conscientious efforts to increase the use of local products, creating recipes where students run teams and tastings, hosting student-run taste tests of new food, increase our free and reduced percentage per site, and capturing more students to participate with school meals. Developing a central kitchen. We have begun working with architects for the developmental and design plan of the central kitchen, which will be located at the Half Moon Bay High School. We will use our grant funds to procure needed equipment for the central kitchen site. Having a central kitchen for CUSD will help us to improve meal consistency and quality that we provide to the whole district. This will be rolled out in phases, so it's not too much. Will increase our production, reduce our food waste through bulk production, and as well as control our plastic waste. There's more opportunities for us to partnership with local producers. And I would love to acknowledge some of the following. CUSD food service staff who lovingly prepare each day for food for our students, greet them with a smile. They even know our children by name. I'd also like to acknowledge our administrators and staff at the sites who help to support the food service program. The staff at our district office who have helped in many ways throughout the school year. Our maintenance and custodial staff for keeping things in working order and cleaning our kitchens. CUSD board members each year for the support of us who feed our students at our district. And lastly, the CUSD students who make it worthwhile and give us memories to last a lifetime. If you have any further questions tonight that come up after, you can reach me at my phone number or email. We can't make kids smarter, but we improve nutrition and physical activity. We put a better student in the chair.
Thank you for coming out tonight, Stephanie. You're our hero. I do have a question, and it may not be something to address tonight, but understanding what the cost and if we, assuming we get the new kitchen built, and obviously they need the kitchen at the high school anyways, but at some point it would be helpful to understand what like the operational scenario might look like and what those costs are. And so we can also understand how that compares to what we're paying now. If it changes sources of funding, it may not be a one-to-one comparison, but just start thinking about how that would look for the district.
And I would add, taking into account the expected uptake rate of the meals, because I know a lot of what we pay, and this is what it wasn't, I want to emphasize what you said, Stephanie, on the slide earlier, is when kids don't take the meals, we pay for it, right? So there is a cost if the meal's not looking that good, kids don't eat it, there's a cost to us too. So I think it's definitely kind of looking at that big picture. As you develop the plan would be definitely helpful. I first just want to say thank you so much for being here and really showing us like how it does take so many of us working together in all of our different roles, to make happen, to support our kids in so many different ways. Like you even said, you prepared the food. So they're not hungry when they're sitting at the classroom, hopefully, right? And the people are cleaning up after you make the food. And all that people are planning, someone's paying the bills to Lunchmaster, and all that. And also too, about what you mentioned about the free and reduced price lunch number and how important that number is for a lot of different reasons besides, getting those kids, because everyone gets the free reduced price lunch anyway, even if they don't qualify. But it is really interesting, I think, that threshold, because it is federally set, it's a $55,000 a year income for family of 4, that's the benchmark, which in the Bay Area is like completely insane. Though I'll point out that the average CSEA salary is underneath that. So many of our CSEA employees will qualify if they are the single head of household or whatever, and the only income earner. But also, despite that number being ludicrously low, we still have 998 students qualify. So, and we have 2748 kids in our district. Right now, according to the Equity Index from San Mateo County Office of Ed, to which there is a link from the financial information page on the district website, if folks are interested to play around with it. If you're a data geek, you're gonna love it. But that's still more than a third of our kids are in families with family incomes of under $55,000 per family, assuming it's a family of 4. And I just want to point that out again to my point earlier about sometimes it feels like we're living in multiple worlds here on the coast side. That's a lot of our kids are in a world that a lot of us don't see. So I just want to point that out as well as kind of a related thing to what you were sharing about feeding our kids. So yeah, that's it for me.
Along those lines, with the free and reduced meal applications, do you have any sense if we're missing a lot of kids on that?
There is missing family income eligibility forms because of the universal meals. So ever since we went universal meals, families were like, well, why do I need to apply if they're already getting free and reduced? And so there's a major push at the school sites because it also helps with Title I funding.
Yeah, and I guess, I don't think we're real close to that line, but we could be if we were getting all these applications in. So I guess that's a worry I have. And as you showed, there's some other things they can get with that as well. So it behooves them to sign up as well. And then,
but I was gonna say, but the caveat to be mindful of too is because the free reduced price lunch numbers, because those get supplemental funding under LCFF, if we do get more, that will make our LCFF target higher, which makes it more likely we'll flip back from basic aid to community funded. So now that we're basic aid, I'm not so worried about getting the forms filled out for the purposes of the bulk of our funding. It could potentially impact our Title I funding, but to be honest, our Title I funding is such a small bucket of our total funding that I almost feel like, well, maybe it's one less thing to bug parents about, because it, we could do what we need to do, and I wouldn't neglect that, because that's like a duty that we have to put those forms out there. But it doesn't have the benefit that it would if we were state funded. So a lot changed when we went to community funded, including, we hear a lot about the COLA. We don't get a COLA. So that's not relevant to us. So
I thought we got some funding for our unduplicated population on a sliding scale.
We do have a target allocation, but it's not. But that's different than state funding. So there is a target that we should be spending on our unduplicated count.
Not just what we should be spending, but I know that we're not over 50% for unduplicated, but even under 50%, I thought we did get some funding. I think Jesus can answer that.
Yeah.
The LCFF funding, we have to do an LCFF calculator based on the students we serve. So as we look into the numbers that would qualify, there are some kids who are just automatically that Stephanie looks into because they are participants in some of the county welfare systems. Those are her directly certified. So she has access to all of that. And when she's saying that all of those kids could be have access to more things, is because she's really at the center of all of those kids who are directly certified that she gets access to immediately. So it really is with the kitchen, it would be to increase our participation, but all the accounting, she has to do all the accounting to get the federal reimbursement and all of those, that data that she says that we now get no incentive from the families to get to give us their information. It's because it gets complicated. It gets complicated because the federal it still wants that data for reimbursement purposes. The federal that they said, give me that data. Well, that data needs to be extracted by Stephanie. Now, it would be great if it would be provided to her via an application. So we have a little bit of a challenge in there.
We are advocating at the federal level for simplifying that process, so I don't anticipate much happening in Congress anytime soon. But, know that people are advocating to streamline, to use some kind of like census data instead of doing all these forms. It's ridiculous, and there's so much of this bureaucracy that school districts need to do. So I just want to say, we know it's not fun, but we appreciate it, and we appreciate also you kind of wearing a certain hat of almost like a social work hat to use what you do to get students other services and families other services. So that's not unnoticed, so thank you.
And just to add on to the thank yous, I also want to thank you for the grant work. I mean, there's nothing like getting free money, so thank you, because I know that's hard to do, so thanks for that.
She can invite you to all the equipment that she has purchased.
We'd love to see it, definitely invite us, like, not a joke.
Congratulations and good luck on your child, and best of wishes. Really quick, I just have a question. Am I correct to think that the application is now part of like the online, right? And so
It is.
okay, and would you say that ever since that process happened, there's also been less applications being submitted?
It's not a mandatory part of the registration.
No, but I know for a fact, like I tried to fill it out. I think it was the beginning when we wanted to go paperless, and it wasn't. I couldn't fill it out. It wouldn't let me. It's not. At that time, it wasn't user friendly, to be completely honest. So sometimes maybe something like that. I think in the long run, going paperless is so much better and convenient and efficient. But I think, sometimes maybe that transition is a little hard because I myself tried to fill it out and it didn't let me for some reason. It wasn't I can't remember what it was, but and I made it a point to try and go back, but I didn't, I forgot.
We do still accept the paper. I have kind of like an even number of both, but the online is kind of nice because you automatically know if you qualify or not. I don't have to go through and plug in everything that you write down into the computer to see.
Sometimes it's, the people that are filling them out feel, or, I could be completely wrong, but I'm just saying I had a hard time, and I speak English and Spanish. I could just see some people also just having a hard time filling it out. Because we were so used to seeing it in the packet, and I almost assumed it was part of the registration. I think a lot of parents did as well.
Thank you. Next up is
Good luck.
Thank you, Stephanie.
our LCAP mid-year monitoring report.
And Israel Castillo will be presenting because Dr. Bhatia is out on medical leave currently. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Israel Castillo. Thank you for the opportunity. Good evening, President Hines, board members, Dr. Mafredich, colleagues and community. Today I have the opportunity to share with you the 2023-24 LCAP mid-year monitoring report. Please note the report contains some of the key performance indicators known as the KPIs. However, Dr. Bhatia and I will return to present a complete KPI in the spring when more data is available, and also along with the new LCAP. For today, I'll be covering some of the goals, LCAP overview, sharing some dashboard data, also talk about differentiated assistance, working with the county to target those specific groups that were identified based on the data, and also share some next steps that we'll be implementing and working collaboratively as a team. Here we have our new strategic plan goals. They are academic improvement, equity focus, the whole child, and district sustainability. Maybe this will help. Overall, district strategy goal plans are essential in providing direction, coherence, and accountability in pursuit of our success and fulfilling the vision and mission of our district. We are providing these strategic plan goals overview because in our new LCAP for the 2024-2027, it will include all of these goals and actions to ensure that our plan is aligned. I think my battery died. Oh, no, there we go. Here we have our LCAP composed of different actions. We have some sequential steps that we've been going through. It's important when we're developing the LCAP to get engagement from all our educational partners. Throughout the LCAP, we can share our stories of how, what, and why the programs and services are being selected. And right now, we're in the process of looking at all our goals and actions and see which ones we can carry over to the new LCAP and which ones we need to reconsider eliminating or combining them to make sure that they're actionable. We'll start with some district-wide data, population-wide. The previous academic year, we had 2,803 students. This year, we have 2,748, which is a 55 student decrease. If we look at our English population, it also decreased by 2.2%. That could be a combination of reclassification, which is a good thing, and also the cost of living. We've noticed the trends of our families seeking opportunity at areas that are much more affordable. This is just to give you an overview of the status charge color coding, starting with the red being at the lowest, red very low, orange low, yellow medium, green high, and blue very high. This is how the reporting is conducted through the dashboard to give us an idea of the representation in the ranges, the available ranges from side to side and also from district-wide. The first academic area that I'd like to start with is mathematics. Just to review a little bit about the data from the California dashboard. It's based on student performance, either from the Smarter Balance Assessment or alternative, a Smarter Assessment, which is taken annually by students in grades 3rd through 8th. and also in 11th. In mathematics, the data reveals that all students' population is in the yellow, illustrated that we are performing at medium level. We did increase by 3.8%. We are 62 points below standard. In mathematics, the statewide is 49.1 points below the standard, with similar subgroups having some struggles in as we are at Cabrillo Unified. In this slide, what I try to do is separate the academic performance based on school. District-wide, we're at a status level of low, but increased in all sites and maintained at Kings Canyon and Cunha. Due to the small number of students assessed, student data at Kings Mountain and Pilarcitos are not published to protect the student privacy. Fairlawn View and Kings Mountain Elementary School continue to perform at high and very high levels. All other schools are performing at low levels. Cunha is in the orange. We are 78.9 points below the standard, in case you're wondering why the color is different on that one. Next academic area is English Language Arts. In this area, we are in the orange for all students. We declined by 10.2 points and are 31.9 points below standard. Although we have two groups, whites and two and more races performing at green and blue levels, we have 5 student subgroups performing at red and orange. These are important data points. It gives us the opportunity to dig deep and do a root cause analysis to determine the reasons for these points, so we can increase academic performance for these subgroups. The English language for statewide is at 12.2 points below standards, with similar subgroups as very low. Again, in this chart, we segregated by schools. Our performance colors are in the orange in the status level for district-wide. High for Fairlawn View and very high for Kings Mountain. We have 4 schools that declined. Hatch Elementary School maintained, and Kings Mountain and Fairlawn View increased. This data is for English learner progress. Basically, the data represents the percentage of current EL students making progress towards English language proficiency or maintaining the highest level according to the English language proficiency assessment for California, which is the LPAC. We're actually currently we started taking that beginning of February. We're at the high school right now assessing all the students, about 93 students that are English learners. We have 39.9% making progress towards English language proficiency. We have declined in 3 Title I elementary schools and increased in Cunha Middle School. Statewide, we had 137 students progressing in levels based on summative LPAC. Not statewide, this is district-wide. If you look on the first one where it says EL students progressing a level based on summative LPAC, that's actually really good data. We had 137 students that did progress from one level to another. District-wide, we are also working on our sites to ensure that students are receiving guaranteed equal instruction opportunity throughout all areas of their content with designated and integrated ELD. We owe the growth here at, we see a tremendous growth at Cunha and some of the other schools, and big shout out to our EL TOSAs, Brittany Hooker and Yolanda Au, for their incredible efforts in supporting our English programs and also helping with some professional development at other sites. The state average for English learners is 48.7% of the students making progress. This data represents the suspension, LCAL Priority 6, and the percentage of students that were suspended at least one day is 2.7, is a suspension rate. We increased by 0.7 district-wide. Cabrillo is at a low-level status for suspension. Statewide is 3.5% suspension, at least one day. Medium level, which is a higher suspension average than Cabrillo Unified School District. We are working collaboratively with our sites leaders to ensure that we're implementing restorative justice, PBIS, positive behavior intervention support systems throughout our district. There is common understanding to ensure that we support the students' needs. The support systems that students need and are available for them to succeed. Cabrillo Unified is at a low level, but we understand that with the opportunity to work together and collaborate, we can continue working on bringing these down. This is for our graduation for the 2022-23. These are students, the percentage of students that received a high school diploma within 4 or 5 years of entering ninth grade. Graduation rates declined by 1.4%, which gives us an overall graduation of 86.2% for 2022-23. The state overall graduation rate is 86.4, which also declined by 1%. Cabrillo Unified is comparable to the state average for graduation. We also like to see progress within our district to ensure that the students are having an opportunity to continue their education throughout college. This data is for chronic absenteeism. The rates apply to elementary and middle school. This is the percent of students in kindergarten through 8th grade who are absent 10% or more of the instructional days, and they were enrolled. For the 2022-23, we are at 23.7% chronically absent, which is an increase by 1.3%. 10% of the school year would be a student missing 18 days of school. So that's quite a lot of days, because I recall when I was teaching middle school and high school, if they missed one day of algebra, it was very difficult for them to catch up. So we can imagine 18 days what it seems like. It's important for them to be in the hot seat. That's where the learning takes place. So we're going to continue working on that to ensure that the students are actively attending and at school. As a reminder, for the LCAP Priority 5, chronic absenteeism is used to measure pupil engagement, elementary and middle school, while in graduation rates are for the secondary high school levels. Here's another chart. This one kind of allows us to see it by site, by school site. This will allow us to dig deep and formulate a root cause analysis as well, develop a plan to improve our attendance by site. We have El Granada, Cunha, with a decline in absenteeism rate, and all other schools increased. The data on column, if you look at column 8, that's the prior chronic absenteeism rate from the previous year, comparing it to column 5, which is the current chronic absenteeism rate for the 22-23. Overall district-wide, we are at a status of level of very high. We have been working with our County Office of Education with differentiated assistance. Basically, the California Department of Education has determined that Cabrillo Unified School District is identified for differentiated assistance for the year 2024-25. If we look at the student groups, it's our English learners, Hispanic students, homeless students, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. So basically, the student group are identified if they meet the criteria in at least 2 priorities. So one thing that sticks out to me is that for Hispanic, homeless, and socioeconomic status, we all have the chronic absenteeism. So that is a big correlation. If they're absent, academics lower. So something we need to work, something we really need to work to ensure that their students are present and active in their learning. Another thing that I've noticed is that the suspension rate for students with disability with students with disability, it's important to consider the factors involved and have opportunity for students to get restorative justice and ability to provide additional training to our staff that is working directly with our students. So there's a lot of opportunity for a lot of engagement and an opportunity for us to work together to find solutions. Right now, like I mentioned earlier, we're working with San Mateo County Office of Education. There is a process that we've been working with them. We actually started last year identifying some of the root causes. We've been focusing on some of our subgroups. We are using last year's root cause analysis and also engaging more in the data that we currently receive to make sure that we include all groups. Our plan is to implement a support system to improve all the areas identified. So it's not just the County Office of Education. We also have site leaders. We have teachers on special assignment working with us, identifying those root causes and narrowing it down by site and trying to figure out solutions as a team. Here I provide you with a budget overview. I think it's so important for us to know the total amount of budget allocated and mid-year where we're at to see if we need to spend more or spend less. I think the reality is that the funding that is given to us for that specific year, we have to try to spend it on whether it's intervention, support for this, additional support for the students that are struggling. But this gives you an idea of where we're at with the budget, the mid-year expenditure. And this is an overview of the funds up to January of this year. And then for more details, we have provided a spreadsheet on the specific action and services. Please refer to the document. It's also included in the board agenda. We definitely have a lot of next steps, but I'll kind of wrap it up in some of the areas that we'd like to focus and work with our teams, teams of administrators, teachers, community, students. Student voices are also so important to identify how they learn. I think digging deep into the situation, we need to know about the teaching and learning. We have some plans of identifying some common district-wide benchmarks. We can't wait till we get the state data that says, okay, this is how you did. We need some ongoing assessments that analyze local data, benchmarks, understanding specific needs, disparities among subgroups. We've been using Dibble's 8, which is a literacy assessment. This Literacy Aid, we have already assessed students in kindergarten through 3rd grade twice. It'll be administered 3 times a year, and it'll give us local data to ensure that we're providing some intervention as we're going throughout the year. Our reading specialists have been doing a wonderful job. They've been having data chats with administrators and teachers to provide some feedback and some strategies on how to support our readers. We want to make sure that all our students are very good readers by third grade. We're developing target academic interventions tailored for English learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged students, Hispanic students, students with special needs. We have to be creative in regards to offering PD for those specific areas. Increasing support for English learners by allocating additional ELD professional development and staff. Actually, Andy and I just did a professional development at the high school that was intended for designated and integrated ELD. We focused more on the integrated because throughout the high school they have different periods, and it's important for specific strategies to take place in history and science and other content area. To reduce chronic absenteeism, we're addressing that by identifying students who are at risk at an early age. There is data and statistical evidence that shows that when students start becoming chronically absent in kindergarten, it carries on to their adult life. So the sooner we can catch it, the better. We're also working with the team at the County Office of Education that's going to be able to provide with additional resources to support the challenge of attendance. After COVID, it's been really hard to bring everybody back. Any small pain or small conflict, students want to stay home. So we want to encourage families to really monitor that and to ask for support if they're needed at the school setting. Yesterday, we had our DLAC meeting actually here, and some of the parents, while engaging them on the LCAP feedback, some of their students don't want to come to school, and they are also working at finding the root cause. Sometimes they're nervous, they're scared, they don't have friends. So we kind of identified so many root causes of why their students don't want to come to school, and there's support, there's help that we can provide. So it's working together with our families and leaders and educators to ensure that we have those support systems. A lot of professional development. I think it's important to focus on our adopted core curriculum, and just offering professional development once is not enough. We need to make sure that we have a spiral, a sequential best practices, always ensuring that there's best practices available with whatever curriculum is being implemented. And of course, one of the most important ones is the cycle of inquiry. As we get that new data, ensuring that teachers have opportunity to look at the data and have that on-demand time to be able to intervene and redo the lesson or reteach the lesson. And we want to make sure that there's opportunity for after-school intervention as well. So there's a lot more next steps, but I'll keep it short, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. I don't know that this is a question you can answer, but I noticed the suspensions. I seem to recall in the past when we'd have closed sessions, we would hear about suspensions or expulsions. Okay, never mind. No more questions.
And I'll just say that there has been concerted work at particularly the high school, Half Moon Bay High School, Pilarcitos High School, and Cunha Intermediate School to try to do more in-school suspensions as opposed to exclusionary discipline, but this is constant work in progress.
Our suspension rates are actually better than the state. So I was just going to point out, like, thank you so much, Israel, for presenting this. And I just want to say, I think the California dashboard, imperfect as it is a much better holistic measure of how our student populations are doing than just the pure CASP scores, which I know we're legally required to present also. So I think that's really helpful. And thank you for comparing to the state data also, because I was kind of watching it also just because I'm a visual person versus looking at the state data too. And it's fascinating because like you look at just our data and it's really depressing because it's a lot of maybe yellow, but a lot of red and a lot of orange. But the state generally, and you mentioned the numbers, but I think generally it's almost the same. In fact, we're slightly better in a number of categories. The only one that we're a lot worse is the English learner progress. And I think that gets back to a little bit of what you were describing and what I was addressing earlier, and what is a recurrent theme even in our strategic plan, where we have an entire strategic priority around equity. That's why. And you pointed some of the other groups as well. I think we ought to just make sure we do keep the special education on the radar too. I don't know relatively the population impact, but there's clearly large impact on our special ed students. That, like, when we talk about equity and when we talk about some investments that we're making that might not be obvious to the community why we're making those investments. There's been a lot of discussion about the, for example, family engagement. And that's super, and why we're making space for that next to the preschool, next to the after-school program, on the Hatch campus, is because we have a red check engine light for our English learners and our special education students, both of whom are primary target populations of the preschool and the after-school program. So to ask families with students with those challenges to hike across district property to meander through maintenance sheds is just not fair, to be perfectly frank and to be perfectly blunt. So I just encourage people, when they have questions, when they have observations, to think, I don't understand that, that seems weird, ask, because there's always a reason, right? And sometimes we know enough about the situation. When we hear family engagement, we know what that means. I don't need to know the details exactly what's going to happen somewhere, because I know generally what Rosalva does with families when she's doing family engagement, but not everyone does, and that's fine. So I definitely encourage folks, if they feel like so they don't understand something, just ask. Sean's always a good first pass, or if people are more comfortable with us as board members, that's fine too. So I just wanted to point that out, and thank you also for, like I said, the data's helpful to see, in comparison to the state, which is not doing great either. So.
I also wanted to say thank you. This is very sad.
I was just going to also mention, to the extent LCAP plays in with LCFF, I watched the Michael Kirst at 10 years of LCFF, and the reason I mention this is that when the state revamped the funding and all of these plans and the reporting, the people who conceived it had hoped that at the local levels, there would be real innovation and creativity. And so to that extent, that was just that reminder to me, when we look forward, where we see data that says, we can do better, maybe it's not just doubling down on programs with a capital P, but figuring out what we can do with our resources in a way that's creative and really does lift people up. So just wanted to name it into the space. So. This one. Next on the agenda, we have the fiscal update, item 5D.
Good evening. Again, we do have a standing budget fiscal update in which we bring to you what's the new thing. And the newest thing that we have is the budget, the governor's budget that brought us on January the 10th. The governor, some of the key elements in there is that there was an expected 68 billion deficit, and that due to some of the accounting and the way that it was conceived by the governor, said, no, it's only 37 billion. So everybody is going like, okay, so how did that happen? And of course, there is some ways in which the accounting of the Prop 98 was, but it remains to be seen when it clears up. But one important thing is that the governor puts forward is that let's keep the ongoing programs funded. And by the way, we think that the COLA that for calculation of the LCFF calculated is going to be at 0.776. So for the 24-25. These are the assumptions that we are going to be building the budget and second interim as we bring to you next financial reports. And one thing that it's across the state is that be mindful of the escalation, the cost escalations, and very reality, declining enrollment across the state. And because of this different ways of accounting, there is going to be, between now and May, the May revision, a lot of the dancing and tangoing at Sacramento, how this is going to be ending, it's going to look like at the end, the final assumptions that we will enter into our 24-25 budget development. We don't know. There are many variables and that could make the May revision worse than the budget was projected in January. So the COLA assumptions that gets us in 24-25, 0.76%, 25-26, 2.73%, and 26-27 at 3.11%. That's as of now, but let's see what we finally get in the May revise. One thing is that the projections also for assumptions for the financial second interim and budget development as of right now is that we continue to have a CalSTRS contribution of 19.10% and the CalPERS contribution escalating as shown in here. 23-24, 26.68%, 24-25, 27.8%, 25-26, 28.5%, and 28.9% for 26-27. Now, two things that have happened. The first one is that the omnibus bill that is going to be debated until it's passed for the K-2 budget was released by the Department of Finance, and that is going to be then memorializing what the final budget law is going to be. And a couple of important things in here is that it amends the Learning Recovery and Emergency Block Grant that it was given to us with some parameters, and it has up until 27-28. And based on the earlier parameters, we charged some of our staff to those grants until we spent them. We took some of that. We said, we're not going to be needing all of the care that we had for COVID. Now we're going to be charging it in here, and that would give us some time to reinvent ourselves. Well, the state of California was sued, and a settlement came through that now it says, see those dollars that we gave you for that purpose? We are going to be now repurposing them. We are going to be now assessing every kid so that we know what the learning loss was, and we're going to do something about it. So what did they do with that? I said, okay, use those dollars and assess and build a program that you're going to be reporting in your LCAP. That you're going to be reporting on your LCAP for doing that. Why? Because those are for learning recovery and emergency block grant. Wait. You told us we could use them for something else, and we had already committed, the board had already authorized me to commit those dollars to salaries. So we don't know until that bill is finalized what are going to be the actual mandates that this would bring. But it's important that it's there. The settlement is passed on to the thriller bill. It's in there. We'll see how that ends up. But also, that bill provides some clarifications about the attendance recovery, which is something that Israel just covered also. It's about attendance. It's about how these key things for learning, attendance and the learning recovery. Now, also, the Legislative Analyst Office released a report. It is very, very, very interesting. I gave you the link to it. It's the key fiscal and policy issues that California is facing. Is very, very informative. It's very, very LAO, the legislative analyst. So it's a good source of pondering our fiscal. One reminder that being where we are, the fiscal solvency is very, very, very important for us, for the board, and it is very, very important for the San Mateo County Office of Education, which is charged with the responsibility of monitoring our fiscal stability. And three things that I have kept on bringing in here, because it's that we look at our deficit spending, that we identify that savings and reductions, and that we look into how we hired and when we hired and what funds do we hire with, which goes back to the same notion that I just mentioned. You know, we have to be very closely in tune with what is that we can get with spend from our regular revenue general fund, and what do we do also with our own with our grants. So that's important, so that we can ultimately look at the deficit spending, so that we can make room for salaries, for compensation, and we continue to work together, work with our budget advisory committee, working with fiscal stabilization plan, which is one that we had advised ourselves to keep ongoing and alive, so that we can park in there any opportunities that we have of savings and reductions in a multi-year manner, in a multi-year fashion. We also will continue to have this time to inform you, and that we can get feedback, so that we can also allow the opportunity for the San Mateo County Office of Education to address the board.
Dr. Contreras, let me take it from here, if you don't mind. CUTA co-president Tom Cox referred to these pages earlier, and I just want to make sure that it's clear that this is data that we presented 3.5 years ago, I believe. It's data that we provide that is based on a San Mateo County Office Education Equity Index tool that talks about the different funding in different districts. And so many years, all the years that I've been here, but I hear from a lot of people have asked, and I've seen in old board presentations, why is the district funded at lower levels than other districts? And it is the case that local control funding formula districts receive less than basic aid, and when we flip into basic aid status, are what is considered a poor basic aid district. We barely squeak and we come into basic aid, and then we flip, and we've talked about that volatility and this concept of roller coaster district. But you'll see in that first paragraph, we are funded at a lower level than almost all districts in the county. We bring this up because when I was at the Chamber of Commerce, State of the Coast Side, and we saw local politicians and regional politicians, we bring that up to them when people have asked, why are our salaries and our expenditures for programs and services lower than other districts? It is because we are funded at lower levels. We have lower per pupil funding received in CUSD. That means there's less to spend on programs, services, and salaries. That's the root cause of the funding problem. There may be people who assert differently or who look at other districts that maybe have a lower per pupil funding level. And I would just caution anybody, this is not simplistic. Some districts have different benefits, different compensation levels, different salary levels, or they're elementary school districts and not unified school districts, TK-12. If you'll see there, the reason why that link is provided is so people can see it for themselves. CUSD is provided around $7,000 less in per pupil funding than the county district average. $7,000 less than the county district average. If funded at the same per pupil funding, for example, as another local unified PK-12, preschool to 12 district like South San Francisco, CUSD would receive almost $10 million more as a district. Why does South San Francisco, why are they able to provide more programs, more services, more in salaries, compensation? It's because they are funded at $18,000, 500-ish, and we're at about $15,000 per pupil. And if funded at an average county funding level, back to that $7,000 that's underlined in that second paragraph, we would receive almost $20 million more. So the reason why I hear and I understand teachers like Mr. Walrod or others saying, people are incentivized to go to other districts. This has long been the case. It is true. This is a true thing. What we hear from teachers is true. The politics of this, who gets what, where, how, and when, is based on that, our funding levels. That is the truth of the matter. CUSD is funded at the bottom of San Mateo County districts, or near the bottom, I should say near the bottom, at just $15,100 per student, while the average county district per pupil funding is approximately $22,500. Again, that's about $7,000 lower than the average. And because we don't receive the same level of funding as others, we can't compete with salaries and services that other districts provide. And when we keep hearing people say, it's a math problem, fix the math, that's the math. I wish it were so. I came from another underfunded district that was below the county average in the East Bay and Alameda County, and the only fix for us to get to average salaries was a very significant parcel tax. And at a future meeting, you will be hearing about polling about parcel tax and about bond for all the things that we need. But at the end of the day, if you don't get the funding from the state or from tax proceeds, which then result in basic aid funding, you have to do something else with another tax, and that would be parcel tax or with a bond. That is the case. Next slide, if you would, Rosie, do you mind? Now, again, CUSD compared to other county districts, we receive less funding per student than any other unified school district in San Mateo County. Pescadero-La Honda receives $36,000 per pupil. We receive $15,000. South San Francisco Unified receives $18,000 per pupil. We receive $15,000 per pupil. CUSD receives less funding per student than all but 3 other school districts in San Mateo County. And again, I appreciate that Mr. Cox brought up Burlingame and say, why do they get paid more money? Their benefits mix is different. They're an elementary intermediate school district. They are staffed more efficiently. There are many factors, but I'll leave that alone. I don't think Burlingame is a comparable district, though they are funded less per pupil. CUSD receives just 2/3 of average county funding per student, $15,000 versus $23,000. That's the $7,000 difference we talked about. And CUSD in lower funded districts like Pacifica, for example, receive approximately, and I put there approximately because the math's not clean, exactly 1/3. And I've been taken to task before on this about being loose with my math. But approximately 1/3 the funding of the wealthiest San Mateo County neighbor, and Woodside Elementary is that example. They get $42,000 per student. Why? Because their tax base is so high. Their tax base is so high. And so the thing that makes the coast side rich makes us poor for social services, for educational services. And what I mean by that is what makes the coast side rich is the beautiful nature and the lack of development. But the lack of development also means there's no tax base. And so when we go to basic aid, we're poor basic aid. We're barely basic aid. But a district like Woodside Elementary with multi-million-dollar homes, they have a bigger tax base, property tax base. So income inequality, and we've heard this many times from the board members who've talked about this with local politicians. It's reality in the county, and it's a reality on the coast side generally, and that includes our schools. You are unequally funded here. Unequally funded here for schools. With around 2,700 students, again, Cabrillo would be receiving more than $20 million additional funding, by my math, per year if we received the same average per pupil funding received in San Mateo County public school districts. An additional $7,500 dollars per year per pupil, or an increase of over 50% of our current funding levels. But we don't receive that funding. A lower tax base here, again, means that we're a flipper district. We're back and forth between local control funding formula, basic aid, and it's crucial for the coast side to understand that the reason why we can't compete with many districts over the hill, for example, is because our funding is not as much as what that is. Next slide, if you would, Rosie. This again, just because seeing is believing, and again, I just drew this chart up because it's not these aren't my figures. This is from the San Mateo County Office of Education Equity Index tool that was linked in the presentation. That's the charts of 2023 per pupil funding. And there I have highlighted the unified school districts so you can have a comparison, because those are really the kind of school districts you'd look at to have all the services you have to have, including a high school, all the way from elementary, preschool, all the way to high school. La Honda Pescadero, $36,000 per pupil. Mind you, that's a very small district, so they can't run as efficiently either, and that's an issue they have to have. They have a very small district. South San Francisco, $18,000 per pupil. That's an economy of scale. They have more students, but they get more money per pupil. And then you'll see at the bottom four funded. The bottom line of this is if Cabrillo was funded like other unified districts, to the left of that column, we could offer programs and salaries like those districts. People may disagree with this math. They may think that this is not correct. It's not my numbers. It's hard to be the bearer of bad news, and I understand the impulse to want to deny facts that we don't like. I want to acknowledge the truth of the matter is I hear the pain, I hear the anger, I share it. I shared it in Alameda. And I think if I was in any school district that was funded as low as this one, I would also, I'm also sad and angry about it. And I've said that before. Next slide, please. I think that's the end of our presentation. I did want to provide the comparables. This is also on our financial updates page, has been updated and provides the frequently asked questions.
This is for information for the board and standing item and fiscal update information only.
I have a couple of, Rosie, do I do the public comments now? Okay, thanks. Roman Grabowski? Okay. And Angelina Yaquey. So, okay. I have a comment to read. I'll read the first section here from Jamie Dioli. Dear Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board, I am writing to you today because I have a few items I would like to have addressed during the board meeting. 5 years ago, when Dr. McFetrich had just started as a superintendent, there was an issue of pay raises for our teachers back in 2020. I emailed Dr. McFetrich at the time requesting the $8 million rainy day fund or budget surplus be allocated towards helping to give our teachers a pay raise back then. This community is very upset that we are back at the table arguing and fighting with this board and the superintendent to get our hardworking teachers another pay raise. I, along with a group of concerned community members, have reviewed 2 FCMAT reports that show the utter failings of the district office, superintendent and board, I, along with a group of concerned community members, have reviewed 2 FCMAT reports that show the utter failings of the district office, superintendent, and board to run our schools appropriately. As a community, we reviewed the financial plans from the last few years, and we want the board to address the issues raised in the FCMAT report. We want concrete information from all of you on what the plan is to find the budget that will support the employees of this district so that we can attract and retain our quality educators. One of the issues this board, superintendent, and district office has is that there's a public relations problem with the parents and community. I have a lot of friends that work in this district, and they tell me stories about the many ways the district does not support the children's needs in the classroom or work directly with the teachers to understand what is needed to help the students. I will tell you one story that my teacher friend told me about a student who was having serious behavior problems. This was a very long comment that exceeded the word limit, and so I encourage anyone who wants to hear the full story that Jamie has sent in. It will be published with our board packet. Do I have any others from 5D? No. That's it. Questions, comments?
I'm wondering, Jesus, thank you, first of all. If I can just kind of summarize my key takeaways, and if you can, at the end, just validate that I got it all right. With regards to the governor's budget, our state right now is estimating somewhere between $40 and $70 billion deficit on a approximately $240 billion budget, which is in the red approximately 20 to 30% for the state budget. So if folks have concerns about our budget, work with the state and figure out what's happening at the state. And I can tell you, of course, we know because the state, the way the state revenues come in after Prop 13 in the 70s, we became less reliant on property taxes and more reliant on income taxes, particularly more reliant on income taxes for high income earners. Therefore, when those revenues vacillate because of the stock market, as they have been wildly after the pandemic, during and after the pandemic, state budgets all over the place. And so some years it looks good. They give us a bunch of one-time funding, which is okay, but not great. We want the sustained, reliable funding, right? So I think that's the biggest takeaway in the governor's budget. It's somewhere between $40 and $70 billion under right now. And the governor's proposing to keep education spending flat by dipping into reserves. Thank goodness we have them at the state level. And also by pulling money from future years, which is a legally questionable technique that he's planning to use. And so that if that comes undone, he's going to start to claw back money from other pockets of funds, like, other categorical programs. Who knows where, but it's going to have to come from somewhere. So, because they need to balance the budget. So that's my key takeaway, or kind of my key learnings about the governor's budget. COLA is interesting, but not relevant to us as a basic aid district or community funded districts. I just want to make sure people are really clear on that. And even when there are revenue increases from one year to another, those aren't things that one ought to spend down in that year, because the following year will oftentimes get an increase that exceeds that. And we saw that with our health benefits cost that went up from last year to this year, 18%, and are expected to potentially go up again that much next year. We're never going to get an 18% increase in revenues, so that's got to come from somewhere else.
That's correct.
So CalSTRS, CalPERS, again, these are numbers that are basically percentages of salaries that also are spent for pensions.
That's district cost.
Yeah, by the school district, and there is, of course, additional contributions that the employees make themselves. Trailer bill, we'll see what's in that. Fiscal solvency monitoring, I think it is frustrating and a little bit surprising to many people in the community why we keep dipping back into this. And the reality is, when we run our budget close to empty, it's like if you have a car and you're constantly running it on like an eighth of a tank, sometimes you're going to get caught and you're going to run out of gas. And when you run out of gas, our friends at FCMAT come, our friends in the county come. We've got to get to a place where we get closer to having the reserves that the California Department of Education recommends, which is for a community-funded district like ours between 15 and 17%. Right now, we're at about 10.
Mm-hmm.
Which means we need to be accumulating more cushion so that if something, if it's never, and I don't think anyone's ever said it was just salary increases for any one group. Overall compensation increases, when they are made with an assumption that you're going to get a certain revenue increase, and that revenue increase doesn't happen, that's okay if you have some reserves. But if you don't, like we generally don't, then it's a problem. So I just want to point out again the importance of having reserves in terms of avoiding this fiscal solvency monitoring.
I just would like to add to that reserves are from the tax revenue, not reserves counting on the categorical or the one-time dollars.
Unrestricted reserves. And
right, unrestricted.
I wish we had a magic wand and could magically unrestrict restricted funds, but by law, by definition, they're restricted. It's not within our purview to unrestrict.
Correct.
So yes, and the comparison to other county districts, I think, Sean, you pointed out very nicely, all our districts in San Mateo County, there's about 23 of us, I think. It's all apples and oranges. Any one district, you'd have to really understand the situation that they're in. If it's an elementary school district, the target funding for that district is lower because of the age of the students. Also, if you got to look at the unduplicated pupil counts, and Burlingame, for example, is much lower than ours, which also means, again, really they should have much less than us in terms of funding. So
it's also the case that the way that their schools are structured, I think 5, 6, 7 schools there, because the way they're structured, they have higher amounts of students in their schools. You get an economy of scale, and it's just much more easier and efficient to fund that kind of district than a secondary. And that's why, for example, we've been taken to task by the county, and we've had to show those reports about our staffing at the secondary schools where we're not staffing to contractual limits. And that's why in the fiscal stabilization plan, the county is saying you have to do this. How else are you going to find the money? You have to staff efficiently.
Yep. So it's very big and complicated, but I feel like, we're working together. We can actually get to a place that's better for students and better for staff and better for our community. It just sometimes, it's uncomfortable, but I think, again, that's the idea with our strategic plan. That is our North Star, and then everything comes from that. And then if we can do that, then I think it's going to work out well for everybody.
Thank you.
I got it, okay?
Any other questions? Comments? We can go on to item 5E, El Granada Elementary School Modernization Update.
Okay, well, now we're going to talk about a totally different type of dollar. Totally different type of dollar. It is not the dollar that we just talked about. Now we're going to be talking about a dollar that the taxpayers have blessed us to have. It's our bond dollars. So for the modernization update, let's talk about El Granada modernization update. And one thing that I would like to point to you, this is one that we need to be very, very familiar with, and that is that pink is phase one. Pink phase one is new building and the development of the 0.5 complex, which is the Swayze space, and it is also the permanent playground. So that is phase one. We do have a contract already with a designer and with a contractor for pink, and we call it phase one. So that has been already approved by the board, and we are moving on to that. Today, on the next item, you are going to be seeing that we're asking for approval of architectural for green, for phase two, And the idea here is that we then now have an integrated modernization plan, but we do not have yet a contractor for green. We have a contractor for pink. And for the pink and green, we are looking to get a coastal development permit for pink and green. So that is what we are getting to do right now. But as part of all this, the design team with whom we have a contract already for pink and brought something and put something, work with all stakeholders in the school to come up with a new building and come up with what needs there are for pink. And we conducted a forum, a community forum, a community engagement forum, so that we could share with them just what I shared with you. But the idea was that, what is this process? And we showed them phase one, that would be pink. That is what phase one is like, and here's pink. And then phase two is green. Phase two is green that I just showed you in the previous slide. Modernization of buildings A, D, K, and M. And then blue there are future potential projects that are not in the budget right now. They're not in what the board has authorized for pink and green. That's blue. That's a potential. So as we move through this, at the meeting, I just want to share with the board that there was a discussion being with the neighbors about the parking lot lighting. We currently do not have lights at El Granada, and but there are some requirements. The path of travel must be, that's a requirement. Egress lighting, it's a requirement, and that is designed. So these are two items that were discussed at length during that meeting, and with that feedback, the design team was charged with giving a parking lot lighting that it's the minimum, and that is is being finalized. But also, it was given to the design team the required path, how to design that. So that's the feedback that they got. Now, the coastal, that is very important, because the coastal development permit is linked to those decisions, to those, and the coastal development permit that we would need, that the county are working with the county, is requiring that we get some solutions on the table. The county, because of where we are and because of the need that we have to get started, and by May, was agreeable to bifurcate, to get the first required lights to be on the Coastal Development Permit 1 that would get us to get started and get green and pink and green authorized pending the lighting situation. So that would be on a Coastal Development Permit 2 that would have to, it would take about 6 months, and we would get started as soon as we could get it in about a year from now. But it would get us to Coastal Development Permit 1 for pink and green, a public hearing that we could get by April, that we would want to then get the green light to go ahead and get started on the construction of pink. So that is where we are right now, and if that decision comes and we start by May, we will be very, 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 very grateful and happy that we can get going, because otherwise it gets some ramifications. The escalation can be very, very costly.
If I may jump in here, yes. Dr. Contreras, I've presented now on this project to Mid-Coast Community Council 3 times. Once last year to talk about the project in total and to show them the drawings and the renderings that you've all seen. That was in November. You had all seen those drawings. It became clear, I think, in December, well, no, I think that was previous to that. In December, it became clear to me that the parking lot, because the garbage enclosure and the lighting was problematic, and I thought to myself, wouldn't it be great if we could separate that out so that we weren't have this impediment to going to the new building construction? So that is why the strategy was then to create a second coastal development permit process. I want to remind people, it's going to come up here in a minute, only 76 districts out of 1,000+ districts in the state have to deal with coastal development permit. Usually we just deal with Division of State Architect. So we did present, Roger and I presented again to Mid-Coast Community Council on Monday night, and they were very receptive. I would say that a majority agreed and thanked us for developing this so that we would have 2 paths. A coastal development permit number 1 to do the pink and green, those 80s colors that Dr. Contreras keeps talking about, of the new building and the modernization, and that we would have a coastal development permit that we can do for the parking lot, and that would give us more time to engage the public and continue to work on that plan.
And that is right there, what the superintendent just referred to. And with that, kudos to Roger, who is just feeding all the bureaucracies, the local bureaucracies, with all the what is needed, and he is succeeding. He's getting there. He's getting there. Thank you. Thank you, Roger.
I'll say, too, that this isn't necessarily just about the bureaucracy of being a coastal development permit and all the different layers of approvals you need to get to and all the agencies you'll see down there that you have to get check marks. This is a valid, understandable community concern that we're trying to address for the El Granada community in particular, and we realized this in January when we presented to Mid-Coast Community Council, and we asked to be able to present, is that we understand that El Granada has had some concerns in particular about view corridor, but particularly, this has become the main issue, dark sky compliant lighting. And that has been an issue that has raised because of planning on another agency's building. And so I just want to note that I was appreciative that the Mid-Coast Community Council thanked us for bending over backwards. I thank Roger and Lyanne Schuster and Dr. Contreras for having their community presentation on the 25th of January. I appreciate Roger meeting with county actors on December 28th to talk about the process. We are hopeful that we will be able to get, and the county is indicating they're hopeful too, and I think the Mid-Coast Community Council now is hopeful that we will get 2 coastal development permit processes so that we do not delay our summer movement, because again, we would fall out of contract and we would lose potentially a great amount of money for overruns, which could amount to millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars, which are your dollars, but really taxpayer bond payer dollars. So we're hoping that this goes forward. I saw Mr. Machado, Doug Machado, here today. He's been very helpful through this process and his expertise. I just want to say we're hopeful this will work.
A lot of work has gone into it. A lot of work continues to go into it, but it is the May, let's get started, the May, let's get started that will get us there. As Superintendent indicated, that this is one of the issues that were resolved and that were discussed with all the agencies, and we are going after a schedule that would get us to get started in May, that would get us to the 0.5 pink part of it, and then building C pink, so that we can get ourselves into the mode and within the limits of so escalation does not do as badly as it potentially could. So that's very important. We included in there the next, Rosie, a schedule that Roger and the contractor are continuously working on, and I just wanted to bring to the attention, next one, Rosie, that phase is a very interesting word that Roger and I are working with the contractors, because phase is a word in English that means something, and when it gets used in one context and then it's used by the contractor in another context, we are trying to say, okay, you contractor, don't use the word phase one, use step one, use step two, use step three. So we're working through that alignment, but we're moving forward. I'm just giving you a word of caution in there, that when we use the word phase, that we are talking about different things. We will get them all aligned, but phase one for the contractor is Roger is working, calling it step one, step two, step three, etc. Okay, so ultimately, we always remember what the legal authority is. Rosie, next slide is that the board approves the projects and design, superintendent executes, and then we are looking into meaningful consultation with all stakeholders, and the Citizens Oversight Committee will look into the board procedures, how they're spent, and we get an annual audit. So those are the updates for El Granada. As we said, Coastal Development Permit 1 and is what we're after right now, and with the notion that there would be a Coastal Development Permit 2, which is in the horizon as a possibility of way of moving forward. It looks very promising that way, that we meet our May start. Any questions?
Okay, before we move forward, there was a comment on the consent agenda that was skipped, and it's not about this item, but it's related to this. And I want to suggest that we read this now.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Claire Conlons, thank you. Dear School Board, so that the person who wrote in was Claire Conlon. This was, Dear School Board, I am utterly confused that not only are hatch upgrades being considered after the recent modernization project, but there are actually bids hoping to approve on the agenda tonight, considering the much delayed and contended El Granada Elementary Modernization Project has yet to begin. There will no doubt be additional funds needed for both Fairlawn View and El Granada Elementary construction projects. Approving more funds for hatch at this time is fiscally irresponsible. I ask that you consider delaying any additional expenses in any other CUSD campuses until all existing modernization projects are completed. On behalf of our other schools in need, I would appreciate your careful consideration regarding this agenda item. Thank you, Rosie, for catching.
You know, because this is agendized, I'm going to take a point of privilege if I can and just say that there are, and Sid Young actually spoke to this at Midcoast Council the other night, and she's long been someone who said, when are you going to modernize Fairlawn View and El Granada? There are $50 million designated for El Granada, working toward that, and Fairlawn View is modernizing with $25 million and is underway currently. The only thing holding us up on El Granada is this coastal development permit, honestly. And it's unfortunate that that's the case, but it is different because, again, we have to deal with a coastal development permit when at Fairlawn View we didn't. I just want to point out for the public and for the board that the Hatch project is slightly different in as much it is grant funding and some bond funding, but we could not use some $200,000 in grant funding if we were not able to contribute to it. And that family engagement center, early childhood education center, preschool center, that these are grant funds that are both special education inclusion grant funds and also extended learning grant funds. So the projects are different, the buckets of money are different. There is some bond money being used for that for Hatch, but you have to do that to be able to use those grant funds, otherwise we lose those grant funds. And I just do want to remind the public, if I can, and we did get thanked by Midcoast Council about this on Monday, that we have some $75 million of upgrades going into El Granada and Fairlawn View at this time. I just think that's important for the public to understand.
And for clarification, for any questions that are coming, at the March board meeting, we will bring a full clarification of what the Hatch projects are and how they are funded and what those funds do, what programs are out there that are serving our families and our children. So we will bring to the board a full clarification of all of those funds and dollars.
Thank you, Jesus. On this, basically the first slide, where you said the green boxes and the blue box, for the modernization buildings, did I hear you say that that is included under this first CDP on the drawings already?
The first CDP is pink. That's what is the first CDP.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, and so the modernization and like what's under this, and these were some of the questions that had to do with the next agenda item too.
Right.
Rosie,
would you mind putting the first slide so that we can visualize it? Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'll kind of go to a couple of other slides.
Okay.
So you're saying that the green, that's not part of this CDP, that will be part of a future permit?
Green is part of this CDP along with pink.
Okay, so there was enough detailed design already submitted to the county to approve the modernization of those buildings?
For CDP purposes. For CDP purposes.
Okay.
For coastal development permit, and coastal development permit is really looking at the number of buildings built and the increase in classroom size, and I reviewed this CDP process recently. You know, you're adding another classroom in total there, and so it opens up a CDP.
Right, and I saw some of the drawings that had gone through, that got shared in the neighborhood in terms of the new building, and it's going to be beautiful. There's a lot of good detail there. And I do appreciate the work that's gone into separating out into two parts to let the building go forward. What I want to name into the space, and again, I'm kind of overlapping two agenda items, is CDP. We're saying coastal design permit. I want to explain what CDP, why that language is important. It's because this school is in a region that is in a coastal corridor, in a scenic corridor. And because of that, this is what CDP means. It's not just a different permit process. It means that there are provisions, and it's all published on the county website, the Local Control Plan, LCP. So it's not just people being onerous. And so Midcoast Community Council, when more people see it and they know that they've had problems on other designs that literally cost those projects money to go back and redo them because they didn't comply with the provisions of the coastal corridor, they had to like redo things. They had to redo their lighting because there were other issues in conflict. And so to the extent that our project can meet those requirements, and I know that there's still some sticking points, and that's will come with the parking lot. And I want to explain to our board members that while we've seen the details of the overall new building, and we're all excited about the campus, the pieces that would be highly visible and impact the coastal corridor and the scenic corridor and those schemes have never, and even like the drop-off zones in the parking lot, have never been discussed openly in one of these meetings. And so to the extent, it's a matter of going back and looking at some of those pieces. And so I do appreciate that we had the meeting at El Granada School, so some community members could ask questions. There were verbal answers. My question is, are there any parts of this first CDP, any like outstanding questions that might have to be answered before going to the hearing in April?
Roger is securing all of those answers, is responding to all of those, to all the agencies. And then, of course, there will be the hearing, and there might be some other things that might stem from the hearing. But as of right now, Roger is looking into getting with the design team, with everybody, to answer based on the irrigation, based on every single thing that is going in there. But there might be some that might come out from it. But Roger, where are you with that?
Thank you. Good evening. So we're in the process of responding to all the agency's comments. We're submitting for those, submitting responses for those comments tomorrow, and those are all going in with a spreadsheet and revised drawings reflecting the responses that were inquired about during the process. So yeah, so that's going through, and we're currently expecting anticipated date for the public hearing for the CDP one is April 24th.
Okay.
So that's what it's tracking for. We've been working closely with our planner and working through each of those comments, having daily, sometimes twice a day conversations to make sure that we're answering their question, the county's questions, and meeting those requirements.
I want to acknowledge it's a really big lift, and thank you.
Oh, sure.
And I know it's stressful because of the timing. What's stressful for me watching it, having been through this process before, is that, I had the luxury of actually building in San Mateo County and had the requirements, but I never had, I didn't have a loan and contractors and everything queued up till after the permit was done. And this is where I know it's a nail biter, that we authorized the funding before we had the permits and didn't necessarily know anyways, that's probably the way it normally works with DSA, but with CDP and a heavier lift, coastal design permit, thank you for all you're doing. And
I just want to say I do appreciate the Mid-Coast Community Council for working with us, for inviting us to present, to engaging, that provided an extra level of engagement with the community. And they seemed very satisfied on Monday night that we had worked hard to do this. And I just do want to point out on this pink and green scheme, phase 1, phase 2 scheme, if you will, the green and that modernization, those buildings are stick buildings. They are being modernized. It's not like the pink building, which is a whole brand $25 million new building, new construction building. Other ones are just modernization. So I think that is a different animal altogether. And again, I do appreciate the board and the Mid-Coast Community Council for understanding, and I think that we've heard approving and in concept the idea that we're going to split this so that the parking lot and the view corridor does not prove an impediment to us doing pink. I do want to say as a point of order, it is 9:55 and we would entertain a motion to extend the meeting past 10.
So moved. We don't have that much left, right? 11? Yeah, 11.
Second. Yeah, go. I think we'll be done half an hour, yeah.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
I just have one comment. He says thank you and Roger too, because I could tell by as you're explaining things, how many of the pieces you're trying to align and have it come out like in a sensible way. I think there's a lot of confusion in the community as far as how we as a board and as district leadership with staff plan and execute on construction projects. So I would recommend, to the point earlier about PR problem, I think it's complicated. We can track it, but I can see for the community how it might be confusing. I would suggest perhaps considering for every presentation that we make around anything construction related, if it's just for an update or approval or whatever it is, to always have something at the end of the presentation that's like a table that just says all our ongoing projects, the estimated cost, any supplement from grants that we're getting, and the status. So this one's in contract status or GMP1 or GMP2, whatever, and have a key that explains what the different status means. So that way we can all easily see this project is budgeted for, or this project's coming for, from the, like the reserves that we have, like that $7 million you had set aside, a while back to say things that come up that we didn't think of when we passed the bond, right? Like the family engagement project's a good example of, like, we never would have thought about a project of that small, relatively small size when you're passing a bond. Like, you don't specify $700,000 projects, especially when you don't know about the grants that enable that to happen. So just having something like that running like in every presentation gives people more context, and also could be something that you maintain on the district website. Because I know you have a section for construction too, where it's just always there. Every time we make a change, or every time there's an update, just update it there, and then people can see we're not just approving projects left and right without a plan. Like, we're really not. We're tracking it here as a board because we're very familiar with them. But I think it could help the community.
Certainly. Thank you.
You might want to leave that up while you talk about the next section. I mean, because there's not a presentation on the contract.
No, there is no presentation, and we can leave that up in there for our next item if whenever you tell me that.
Go ahead.
Proceed. The next item is approval of a contract with QK Architects for green. They have been working with us. They have been we have a contract with them already for pink that, and you also approved in the consent some of the 0.5 that they had done above and beyond. That's an amendment. But for this one, it's a full contract for green. And that's what we're asking. It's similar to what we already have for pink with them, but it is a contract, an architectural contract for them. So that is for action, and that's an action item.
There were some questions that I received from board members about this.
And do we want to make a motion to approve first?
Yeah.
Okay, motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Okay, Mary Beth seconded. Okay,
That's the correct point of order.
you're correct. Give me a chance, but at 10 o'clock, I slow down, so give me a chance.
Okay.
All in favor? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
No,
I'm telling you, this is why I want to like wrap up earlier. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to say I did receive some questions from board members. We want to invite questions from board members because I have answers for those questions and heard this, and I think it's important for the public if the board has any questions about this. But again, we've contracted with Quattrochi Quack and Associates before on phase 1, pink. This is phase 2. You need architects for the modernization, the green. Quattrochi Quack Associates were architects of record in the district before I came. They did serve as our facilities master plan for the El Granada Fairlawn View plans. And if there are any questions from the board about this contract, I do want to say it is similar to the other contract that was signed for phase 1, the pink. It is the same basically, and it is done through lawyer that represents the district. I just want to be able to answer questions in the public.
Thanks. Do other folks, I've got some questions. You guys have?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the reason I was asking about that picture is because some of this has been done, some work, I don't know how much design work was done towards modernization to get through that design package that's being approved right now, and what is being done under this contract. So are they doing exterior campus? Are they going to be doing the interiors of these buildings? And what was already done if the CDP was going through?
So CDP, for CDP purposes that you saw, is for pink and green, the full campus, but that is for CDP purposes. Now, architecturally, all the design and all of the interior and exterior, what this contract is for green, for those buildings, the green buildings. So phase 1, if I can call it that, phase 1 is pink in here, and we already have a contract. You have green is what we are asking this contract to be approved for.
Okay. And again, where this overlap was, I was just confused by how much design work had been done to submit those drawings. So I trust that the work still needs to be done. I get that. But we're just shy of 1.7 million for this new contract. Are there other services above and beyond that 1.7? Because this was Article 2, Section 2.5. Do we have estimates for the services that would be separately invoiced? Such as landscape architects?
I can answer that question because this is the one that I received a question and I wanted to make sure we know. Please know that all these, Phase 2 modernization fee covers the majority of the engineers and designers required for the project, including civil engineer, structural engineer, mechanical plumbing engineer, hardware consultant, Title 24 energy analysis, electrical engineer, data clock, bell, intercom design, roofing consultant, specifications consultant, and interior design. The only Phase 2 additional services consultants that the district is paying for separately are landscape architect at $97,000 and acoustical engineer at $29,900. The other listed additional services consultants in the DWK agreement do not apply to Phase 2 project, will not be added cost to the district.
Okay.
And to add to that is, as the architects went into green A building, the horizontal building in there, there were a lot of mechanical engineering things that needed to be dealt with. You know, that is where they need to contract out and get those things. As they go into it, they need, okay, we need design in here, seismic retrofit of what kind, et cetera.
And then I would, and again, I thank you for answering a number of questions offline. And I understand a lot of this is boilerplate and similar to what we signed before, but because this was a phase 2 and I saw potential overlap, I had questions. Given our lessons learned in the last 18 to 24 months and the angst of CDP, I noticed in definitions that CDP is not listed, and I would offer a friendly edit to add CDP and explain what that is in the definitions. We have DSA, Division of State Architect, but that coastal design permit, if we could add that,
sure,
that would be appreciated.
Sure.
Yes.
We can amend to
yeah.
add that.
Yeah, thanks. Other questions, comments? And again, this was an example of something that's 1.7 million, a 64-page contract that even though it's pretty boilerplate, depending on our circumstances, it would be appreciated in the future if it's not quite so time sensitive to put it in the packet for information, talk about what it is, and let us vote the following month, because that's a lot of material to go through. I actually got a number of, for people who do pay attention to the contracts, other comments and questions. And so this is just an example that for us as a board, I'd appreciate being split out next time. I'm okay with it now because my questions did get answered.
I think for staff, they probably felt like because this is the same contract as what was phase 1, the pink, so you'd kind of almost been presented, but I get the point. I do want to just point out that the fee schedule is sort of a standard fee schedule for the architect, the same as the previously approved contract, and it's kind of standard for architects in school construction projects across the state based on old state standards that sort of have been established as fee schedules for architects in the state for school construction.
Okay. Thanks.
I also just want to add.
I'm sorry, before we move, because Kim did an amendment to the item. Can I have a second for that?
What was the amendment?
The amendment was to ask us to include coastal development permit in the definitions.
Oh, yeah. Second.
Thanks.
Thank you, Lisette.
I was just going to also caution against making sure we don't delay everything by a month, because on a project like this, on a project like this, if we delay every decision by a month, we're going to miss target dates, and we could miss, if you miss, like that May deadline that May start is a hard start. If you don't miss that, you're basically waiting another year. So I hear your point, Kim, about allowing us to be thorough, but I think it's really important that we move things along and that we look at staff to do that groundwork as well.
And it's also important that if we've had some lessons learned, that we kind of take inventory of it and look at better ways of addressing the issues so we don't put ourselves in a bind or a timing and pinch like that. So I hear what you're saying, and I'll do my best to use good judgment this year.
Okay.
Are we ready to vote?
Build it. Let's go.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say no. Passes 5-0.
Okay. Got to get all the things out. Okay, so next we come back. So now we go, we're pulling the item that was from consent, which was 4P, approval of service agreement contract with Leadership Associates to conduct a superintendent search.
Are you skipping 6A?
We said that it was going to be added at the end of general business.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. So 4P from Brianna LaFontaine. Dear school board members, after much research, though it doesn't feel good to spend more money on a consultant, It seems that this is the norm when looking for a superintendent. After going through the plan Leadership Associates has laid out, I strongly believe that staff should be included on the interview process. Our principals have perspectives not even board members can offer when looking for someone to lead the district. CUTA and CSEA presidents should also be included, but all of the principals should be included on an interview panel at least. I have not been able to find detailed information on the interview process, so do not fully understand the legal aspects of this hiring. A public meeting from you all presenting how this process works would benefit your constituents. This consent item does not give us the information so many families are looking for. On another note, since no board member got back to me about returning to the old board meeting format of presentations 1 month and a vote the following month, I am bringing it up again in public. This would allow board members and the community to take time to understand and question each action item, plus shorten board members. Win-win. Thank you. Okay, so I've got everything. This was originally on our consent agenda, and we've pulled it out. My understanding is that, and I know we used this organization in the past, and that this seemed like a good potential plan to help us get the hiring completed before Dr. McFetridge leaves in mid-July. I personally think that this is still a reasonable timeline, that we have sufficient time to have this in public. I appreciate the multiple viewpoints and emails that we have received, and we've got varying inputs. And so again, it's not one size fits all in terms of opinion. We've heard some people ask that we delay hiring until after the next board election in November. The reality is every 2 years, the board changes potentially, and that it's more than reasonable for us to hire a superintendent now, balancing what we believe the needs of the district to be. In terms of community input, I believe we have ample opportunity to work on soliciting input, but it is not a precursor to us hiring an entity to actually help us facilitate this. So I appreciate all the people who contacted the board and me personally and shared their perspectives and views. My personal recommendation is that we move forward with the plan as it was presented in the consent agenda. Open to other comments. And the one other thing I would say is that if anybody is worried about the whole process, please do articulate, and we'll keep working on it ourselves. We still have to go into closed session, and there's other planning to be done once we talk to the organization. But please do articulate what you feel is desired in our schools, is desired on behalf of a superintendent, and is desired by us as a board. We are more than willing to read, to listen, and to please, try to articulate and frame what those values are, because all thoughtful correspondence, all thoughtful means of what is needed in a superintendent will certainly be brought to bear in this process, and that I believe that that's a value all of our board members share. So open to other comments from other board members.
Yeah, I agree with all that you said, Kim, and just to reiterate, this is a very standard process. Leadership Associates is the leading firm that provides this service to school districts across the state, recruiting from across the state, across the country. There's not a lot really of variation in that process. I think any good candidate will not expect any much variation from that process as well. It is our legal responsibility per ed code and per best governance practices to hire and oversee the superintendent as one of our 3 primary roles as a board. That is one of them, hire and manage the superintendent, not in the day-to-day, but from the HR perspective. So this is an HR function that we play as a board. Number 2, we oversee all operations within the school district. So that's why we look at pretty much everything that's happening from dashboard to construction. And then thirdly, we're setting the direction for the school district, and that's what we did through the strategic planning process. So this is one of the core functions of the board. Again, it's per our policies, which are based on ed code and best governance practices. Leadership Associates is well known, including amongst candidates, as the primary firm to go to. So for me as well, it's a no-brainer that we want the best candidate that we can get as soon as we can get them. And much gratitude to Dr. McFetridge for informing us of his decision early enough in the process that we have that time and opportunity.
Thank you, Sophia.
I want to comment on something, if I can. It's going back to the interviews. The interviews for ed code has to be in closed session. So in closed session is 4.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that clarification. So it's not even a choice, even if we wanted to choose. Thank you. That's a good point. It's closed session.
Say it again, Sophia. I don't make sure.
The interviews are closed session item by ed code. So that's a good point that it's good because I wasn't sure. And that makes a lot of sense because there will be HR issues, the potential that get raised. I mean, it's an HR process, I guess is what I'm saying. Although at the end of validation visit, we do have a cross-functional group of people, and I don't know that we have it determined. We don't have it yet determined who will be in that validation interview, but I can say for experience, 5 years ago when we hired Dr. McFetridge, a bunch of us, including, I forget exactly who came with us, but we had invited labor partners, we had invited, I think, parent groups, and I can't remember exactly who went with us, but we literally went to Alameda, visited Dr. McFetridge and interviewed him in his office, met with some of his stakeholders there, and we have yet to determine exactly the process in that regard this round, but that's typically, what happens, so.
And to add to that, it wasn't just him we interviewed there. It was board members and I think teachers were there and CSCA people and classified staff. And so we got to talk to all the people that had worked with him and got to find out their thoughts too.
Okay.
And we brought the counterparts to them. Like we talked to the board members, the CSEA people talked to the CSEA people. So there was a whole group of us that went.
So did we do a motion? So, motion to approve?
Second.
Thanks. All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks. Last item of business tonight is selection of CSBA delegates assembly on ballot for San Mateo County Subregion 5.B. On the ballot, we have 3 people, Chelsea Bonini, Sophia Lane, and Patricia Murray. I would move to, we can vote for no more than 3 candidates, so I look to Sophia, but I think we can safely vote for all 3.
If that's your motion, then you can do that.
Do we have a second? I move that we vote for all 3. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say no. Passes 5-0.
Thank you. Future events, February 19th through 23rd is President's Week, no school. March 14 is our next board meeting at Cunha Intermediate School. at 6 p.m. And board members, watch your emails and listen for phone calls as we set up some closed session meetings coming soon. Do I have a motion to adjourn? I am so tongue-tied tonight, sorry.
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second. My mic's on.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Passes
you.
to 5-0.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.